Yeah.
We do that over and over. All right, well, we still have lots of people coming into the meeting.
Great, good for you. Sounds exciting. Yes.
46 people online, without counting probably about 15 people in the room. All right, well, I want to thank you all for coming today. I think this workshop has probably been a long time coming, and I don't want to wait until several more years until we have another one. Really, the last one we had that was similar to what we're trying to do today is the one that Brian Shepard did back in 2012. We had an NG911 steering committee that was in large part promoted by Larimer County and Weld County that met a number of times in 2013 and 2014. But really the last time we had a statewide summit on Next Gen 911 was that 2012 meeting. And I really think that we need to start having these meetings more often, maybe once a year, maybe twice a year, something along those lines, so that we can stay on track and make sure that we are all thinking along the same lines, not necessarily lockstep, but thinking at least on the same page as to what we need to be talking about and what kind of considerations we need to be contemplating for Next Generation 911. So one of the things that we've been missing for a long time in Colorado is a written Next Generation 911 plan. A lot of states have plans that they've put into place. These plans don't have to be highly prescriptive. Sometimes they can be more descriptive of where we want to go as a state. And so that's really what the purpose of this meeting is, to help to inform a written plan, which is mostly completed. But there's a huge section, probably the biggest and most important section of the plan is where do we want to go from here? And so one of the things that I want to do today is get your input, the input of the people in this room as well as on the call, as to where you think we should be going. That information will help inform the completion of that plan, and then that plan will be sent out to the EZNet users group for input and comments. So this is not your last bite at the apple, this is your first bite at the apple. We're going to be going through a sort of an iterative process so that we can make sure that the written plan we end up with is one that actually reflects the desires and goals of the community in Colorado. So that's purpose number one for today. Purpose number two is just to expand our conversational and our way of thinking about the future of Next Generation 911 in Colorado. I think by necessity, over the last decade, we have really focused on what the next step is, whether it was the tariff, and now we're thinking about next steps in terms of text to 911 or GIS or ECATS or anything else that we can integrate into the EZNet to get it closer to Next Generation 911. But I think it's time, while we still need to think about the next step, it's time to think beyond the next step. We need to think more strategically and more long-term as to where we want 911 to go in Colorado. So that's the other purpose of the day, is not something we're actually going to accomplish today, but is to get you thinking about 911 and what the possibilities are, not just what the next step is. So does anybody have any thoughts or comments on those purposes? Do you think those are worthwhile purposes for today, or is there something else that, if there's anything that anybody else would like to accomplish today, I think we can talk about that and have that in mind. And if you're online, feel free to speak up. We should be able to hear you in the room. Okay. Well, that's okay. Means I got the purposes right the first time. But if anybody else has any other thoughts on how we can move forward with this isn't the Daryl Branson show. So I would really like to hear your thoughts on it as well. Thank you very, very much to Kimberly, Culp, and Lita for hosting today. This is a beautiful facility. I can foresee us having many meetings in this room. And thank you, and also thank you for lunch today. Lita is also sponsoring lunch. If you hadn't heard on the way in, there is right in the room right to on the other side of this wall, there is coffee, there is donuts. So if you're online, get up here real quick, get some coffee and donuts, go back to wherever you are right now. It might be a bit of a trek. or you can just imagine them. You can imagine the coffee and donuts. This is, Larimer County is requiring masks in the facilities, so if you're not up here actively speaking, keep your mask on. If you come up here and you're speaking, then that is fine to take it off so that people can hear you. Otherwise, we're not going to have a very productive meeting. But otherwise, keep your mask on, please, so that we can respect Larimer County's requirements. Bathrooms are right out in the hallway here. Wi-Fi information is up on the whiteboard over there. Kimberly, am I forgetting anything in terms of housekeeping?
Just one other item, when you're in the room is wired with mics, so you don't need to over project and you don't need to go up to the podium to speak and ask questions. So the attendees should be able to hear you just fine, which means when we're taking a break, I'm going to mute the room because any side conversations, the attendees will be able to hear you just fine. So.
And during the presentations, if there are side conversations, they will probably be able to pick those up on the mic. I was listening earlier and the mics are very sensitive. So I would ask you not to have side conversations during the presentations. If you do have to have a side conversation, please take it out in the hall. Great. Well, without any further ado, then we're going to go ahead and get to our first section of this, which is a presentation from Lumen and Intrado. I'm going to get their presentation up on the screen here. So used to using.
Yeah.
Here we go. So who's starting?
I'll start
Okay,
and hand it off to you.
here you go.
Thank you, Darrell.
Take it away, Wes.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Kimberly, for hosting this. This is a terrific facility. Is it coming up?
Oh, I need to share it.
Sorry.
Right. There you go.
All right, thank you. We're going to take about the first hour or so today. We can use thereabouts to look at the framework of what the current ESINet foundation is. And we're very open, of course, to exploring, as Darrell said later on. The important thing is, after this foundation, what is it that you folks want to see in the future of this? And of course, we'll dive into those kind of questions and that sort of thing to see what that future path may be. But just in a summary, really, of what we've done so far in the ESINet, it's been about 2 years now, exactly. Of the 90 locations, we've installed 88. There are 2 left, Air Force bases, Schreiber and Cheyenne Mountain. And we've got a process for it that's going to still be about 4 to 5 to 6 weeks before those get hooked up. And 624 sessions. And I have to thank Cindy Berry and team. They've done a terrific job, I think, project managing us through that those successes. Just in a nutshell, I think some of the framework takeaways that we've got from the ESINet here is certainly enhances the stability of the network here. It's resilient, but the allied stability and that sort of thing, some of those issues that we saw in the past that tended to be problematic have in large measure all but disappeared. Obviously, some of the other things that we've noticed as well, and you'll notice in your PSAPs, you've got faster milliseconds between the time that hits your CPE is certainly much faster than it was on E911. Some other flexibility that's out there, dot is policy and default routing. I think that Cindy, after we put all these in, went back and we looked at the flexibility that we can put from your different PSAPs and having that type of alternate routing be programmed into. But so overall, what it does today, even though we're kind of certainly operating similar to what you have in E911 world, the framework is there to build it for what we're going to be talking about today. And that is, what kind of applications can we do? What kind of contextual data things that are out there? People have been talking about that sort of thing for years and years now. So we're knocking at the door now. Very low track build. what kind of cars of applications can we start to look to layer on that? And so as a overview of that, I think Jim Carlson, who works with me at Lumen, is going to talk about that as far as an overview of what type of things we're working on in this framework. And then we're going to pass it over to Rick Johnson to do a deeper dive into some of these things like GIS and then ECATs coming up, and of course text to 911. And so the flow that we're going to look at today is an overview from Jim Carlson. Then Rich will go into some of the details, and Tim Kupelman is going to talk about the text to 911 amendment and go into that, and of course we'll entertain any kind of Q&A. Jim, would you like to come up?
Okay. Yeah, and the only addition I would make to what Wes said is another contributor in the conversation is going to be Steve Deloche, who is online. He's our engineering manager out of North Carolina. And so, between Steve and Rich, from our side, they're the, and Kevin is here as well, one of our engineers, kind of our technical powerhouse, if you will, to be a part of the conversation. So first, let me tell you that home for me is in Kansas City, Missouri. So I think my heart is beating again after watching the Chiefs last night. If you're a Chiefs fan, I love you. If you're a Bills fan, I'm sorry, but I'm happy to be here. So here's what I'm going to talk about for the next few minutes. And I really think this is important. I love how the conversation has already been set up that we're going to be talking about the future. Because I think that's such an important conversation for us to have for lots of reasons. The main reason is the mission of why we are all here, which is the mission of saving lives and protecting citizens and protecting first responders. But there's so much going on that having a conversation about the future really, really is important. And so what I'm going to do in a few minutes is talk about how Lumen sees the future of public safety. And really, it's an intersection of two things. It's an intersection of how we understand your world and the challenges you face. And so being relevant to you, that's part of it. And then also, it's who we are as a company and what capabilities we have. So it's really that intersection between the two that is where we come from as we think about the future. And so it really always begins for us with looking outside and saying, how do we see the world? How do we see your world? And I think the way I would describe it best is there is a lot of change going on. People are communicating differently. There's more data out there that can be taken advantage of. Technology is changing. Standards are changing. In a world that existed for us for the last 50 years, that was relatively stable, and the technology worked, but it wasn't particularly sophisticated. Now that's all changing. And so that's really, to me, that's the environment that we're looking at, like all these things going on, and how you have a conversation about the future in that environment is not necessarily easy. And so that's what we see when we look at the world around us in public safety, a lot of change going on. And so the way we kind of link that to who we are in technology, what we say is, well, then the way we can help best is to make as many technical options available to public safety and help public safety think about those technical options in an integrated way. So it's not just adding the next solution to the mix or evolving the current solution that you have. While those are important conversations to have, it's really being able to take a step back and saying, what are our options? Where do we want to go? On what timeline? And how's it all going to fit together when how's it all going to fit together is not a simple thing to figure out, right? And so that's what makes this conversation so important. So the word that we've chosen at Lumen to use to kind of describe all that is platform. Because when we use the word platform, and you'll hear me talking about this over the next few minutes quite a bit, when we use the word platform, we're not talking about one specific product or technology solution. Let's say call handling is one. Although that is an important solution, what we're saying is the platform itself is actually broader than just one solution. It's all the options you have coming together over time. And so what we aim to be at Lumen is a platform provider. And so that's how we show up in the marketplace. And that's how we want to show up with you guys and build upon what we've already done. So let me give you just a few examples to kind of get the conversation going before I advance the slide. So when I use the word platform, I think of things like cybersecurity as a part of the platform that's baked into the platform that's already there, that you know when you're using something on the platform, security is already there. And we think that's important. So we have an organization called Black Lotus Labs. There's a bunch of really, really smart people who watch what's going on with bad actors around the world. And they're watching and seeing what's going on so they can infuse back in the platform the security needed to protect individuals or organizations that use the platform. When we say platform, we think about alternative ways that things can be hooked together, like 5G. And so we have a partner that we work with called DeGiro, who actually has arrangements with T-Mobile, with FirstNet, with other kind of 5G technologies that can be tertiary connections to the platform. And so when we use the word platform, we think of all those applications that are being created all over the place and that are going to come to public safety. And we ask ourselves the question, how's it going to integrate? And all the data that's coming to public safety, how's it going to integrate? And what we would say is it's going to integrate over the platform. And so that's why that word gets used quite a bit. So let's talk a little bit about the platform. I'm missing a slide.
I think when Steve slipped it,
That's all right. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. So when I use the word platform, and I'm going to step over here maybe a little bit. When I use the word platform, what I'm talking about really is options. And when I say options, I really mean building blocks. So when you think about public safety and you think about all of the things that need to come together, it's important for us to really be thinking about the future within the context of those building blocks and making sure all the building blocks are in place. So what's already been done in the state of Colorado is really to build some of those fundamental building blocks, which is the EZNet and NextGen Core Services. And the EZNet and NextGen Core Services are really fundamental to the platform. But from that really basic network architecture of an EZNet using an IP network, from there's other building blocks that can be added. And as we think about the future, and I love the idea of asking folks kind of where do you see things going and what you would like to see, it begs questions in my mind of, are you ready to use applications that are on the public internet or on the public cloud, like in AWS or in Google? Are you ready for that? Because some are and some aren't. But the application developers are really building over that infrastructure. So that is a question that needs to be asked. Because then it leads to the next question is, does the platform integrate with the public cloud? And the platform that you have in place now does. The Lumen platform does integrate with AWS, does integrate with other public clouds, because we understand that in the future, more and more applications are going to be created there and are going to live there, as well as data is going to find its way to those cloud environments. And a word that I'm going to use repeatedly this morning is integration. So how you think about integrating things together depends on where they sit and how you hook them together. And so part of the options or the building blocks that we talk about is access to applications that sit on the cloud. But when you start to move into the new world of data and IP and integrating things together, you have to have the tools that you need to use those kinds of technologies. And that's part of the platform as well that we need to talk about, like disaster recovery and backup, storage, those kinds of what kind of tools are you using for artificial intelligence and machine learning, things that might seem right now to be way off in the future until they're not. And until you're asking yourself the question of, well, I'm having a challenging time hiring people for my center. What are some operational things that we can do to try to offload some of the work that our folks are doing so we can work with the amount of people that we have? And so the platform that we're building into the future needs to be able to accommodate those kinds of solutions, because they're the kinds of solutions that I think we all understand are going to be so important as time goes on. And so the picture that you're actually seeing here is our representation about how all the elements come together. And so I want to talk about it kind of one piece at a time, because when I think about the future and when I think about how Lumen sees itself in the future, I think about a timeline of how elements like this can come together. And you know what, we recognize at Lumen, because we're involved in conversations like this across the country, not every state is exactly the same. You know, the priorities are different, the timelines are different, some of the strategies are different, but the fundamentals, the building blocks, the platform that you need really has a lot of similarities. So what we would say, it really begins in the center of the picture. It begins with the network. It begins with, in this case, the EZNet. And it's important that we always remember that it's not just one other network like any other network that's out there. An EZNet is a network that has been designed specifically for public safety grade. And so that's a level of design that is unique to public safety that you might not see in other network designs, depending on what the applications we're writing across those networks. And so when we talk about the platform, we talk about the first thing that you have to look at, which Colorado's already done, is the design of the network and the EZNet. But here's one thing that I want you to always remember. The platform is bigger, the network part of the platform is bigger than the EZNet. Because the EZNet is really one example of a network. There are other uses that we could invent and that we could deploy around Colorado that use the platform for public safety built in a certain way, but for other use cases other than an EZNet. And so that's, to me, that's how it starts to get interesting, because we haven't siloed ourselves into one particular product or one particular use case. We said, because it's a platform, we can do more things with it, like backhaul networks for radio, or like moving data around a metro area because it needs to be moved around a metro area. All those things can be a part of the platform: secure, redundant, reliable, all those characteristics. And that's why we really put the network or the as a core element of the platform. And you'll see all of the wrappers around it that are so important, of having a network operations center and a security operations center, all looking at the platform no matter what the use of the platform is. So it really all begins there. And so as we start having conversations amongst all of us about, well, where do you go from there? We start talking about GIS and that important journey with GIS information, which is going to be, in my mind, the element of the next gen 911 story that really helps things get interesting. It's that layer of intelligence that's integrated with the EZNet that allows for policy-based routing, allows for more accurate routing. And when we get that information coming all the way through on location, which it will in the future, that GIS information is so important. And so I know that the story of GIS is a little different across the country, and it's probably different across Colorado, where some counties may be a little farther along in the journey than others, but we all have to get there. We all have to get there because that's the future. And there's so much power in that information being integrated with the EZNet to route 911 calls, that it's going to be important that we get there as quickly as possible. So that's, to me, that's like the first significant evolution of an EZNet and next-gen core services is the GIS information. And so, but then we can go from there. So just think about this platform that we have in place across this secure network, and think about how that platform then integrates, whether it's with a public cloud or a private cloud, or even integrates in your back office, where all the applications that you use can write across the platform, but in an integrated way. So if you're going to have conversations about CAD to CAD sharing information, or EZINet to EZINet sharing information, or state to state sharing information, when platforms integrate together like that, then applications can share information more easily. And that really becomes important. I mean, you all know this much, much better than I do, how sharing information is so important in the incident response. And when we have historically looked at life through these rigid silos of products, it made that sharing of information almost impossible, other than one person talking to another person. And so the journey into the future is integration. And the thing that I'm probably most excited about is the integration of new information into the incident response. And so one of the things that I want to make sure you all understand is, when I say the word building blocks, I want you to know that Lumen, with our partners, are already working on building blocks that we may not use for a couple of years now in the future, or something like that, because we understand that we have to do work on the building blocks so they're ready for you when you're ready to use them within the platform that you have. And so I'll give you an example of that I'm very proud of. So I see a couple of our partners here in the back from Rapid SOS, Karen and David. So let me tell you a little bit about what Lumen is doing with Rapid, and then I want to make sure Dave has a chance to make a comment. So, you know, the thing I love about what Rapid SOS is doing is they're curating data that sits in many, many different locations that you all are not going to be able to go and hunt it down one piece at a time. Organizations like Rapid SOS and other organizations like that, I mean, Intrado has an emergency data broker. There's other ones out there. But Rapid SOS has done some really interesting things on curating information. And so the conversations we're having with Rapid SOS is, how do we integrate that with the platform, as what's called an ADR in I3 terminology. So how do we make that data available within the platform so we can get to PSAPs when they need it? Now, of course, this is where partnership becomes so important for us, because the user interfaces that companies like RapidS are developing are not things we're going to do. That's not who we are. We're the platform. We're the integrator. And so we have conversations with companies like Rapid SOS or DeGiro or other conversations with companies like that, so we can make sure we understand what are their building blocks and how will they fit together, how will they integrate, because we know that in the future you all will need them. And it can take some time to do the development to make sure all these things are ready. But again, when you have a platform approach to thinking, like our vision is for Colorado, you're thinking about the future while you're living in the present moment of now, because some of the things that you want to do in the future are going to take time. And so that's why these conversations are so important. And so as you start to kind of go around the circle, you know, you've got this robust platform in place that's designed in a certain way, that's flexible and adaptable, and you can add things to. And then you start adding things to it when you're ready. So if you want to get CAD out of the cloud, you can do it, or you can have it on-prem if that's what you want. You know, those options are available. You can integrate that platform with the radio systems or emergency notification or alarm data or things like that. Again, that's what the platform is designed to do, to be flexible. And so I'm going to wrap this up and then hand over to Rich, who is going to talk from Intrado. I want to make one final comment, and really in support of Daryl, your leadership here, and what you all are about right now. You know, the way I describe what we're trying to do in public safety is this is a team sport. That there is nothing is going to get done in this industry that is enormously impactful to the citizens of your counties that's not done in a collaborative way. It's just too complicated. And so what we love to do is stuff just like this, is to be a part of the conversation, to say, okay, we can talk about the here and now, like ECATs and things like that at GIS that we need to do right now, and those are important conversations. But let's talk about the future too. Let's talk about how that new data coming into a PSAP can actually help a PSAP operationally. Let's have those conversations about the future that in some ways are kind of vague and we're not sure about, but we need to have those conversations because as Daryl is articulating with all of your help, what that plan looks like, it's the fuzzy fringe timeline elements that I think create some really interesting spaces for us to talk. So we're really pleased and just so happy to be a part of those conversations. So any questions about any of this? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your hospitality, and Daryl, thank you for your invitation to this.
Folks, so I'm excited because I get to talk about all the technical stuff around this, and I'll keep it high, medium level, but I don't know if we're doing questions during this period or following up. A little background on me. I'm in my 23rd year with Intrado now, and I started out in that as a data analyst. I worked at MSAG, worked with the MSAG coordinator, and kind of moved with the times. Did some of the first phase 2 deployments, did some of the first VoIP deployments. Then ESINet NextGen came around about 10 or 12 years ago, and I started this role as a sales engineer. So I like interconnecting all those things. So any questions you have on how all of that plays into this, or questions in general, we'll take them when we can. But I'm excited to talk through this with you folks. So overall, we kind of want to do a state of the union here as to where the state of Colorado is at right now. So the big part of getting into an ESINet next generation core services and I3, all these terms you've heard, the big times-taking piece is taking out that old infrastructure, that old circuit switch, legacy selective router, wireline alley infrastructure, and replacing it. Not only replacing the equipment, the software, the applications, the hardware, but the network's a big portion of that as well. So, you know, those old CAMA trunks or those old SS7 trunks that could only handle 10 digits, and that's all you had to go off of for your location information, you had to change that out, which allows us to do all the cool next generation things like GIS routing, like text, all these different features and functionality. And that's what we've done. So the biggest hurdle in the state of Colorado to get over, we've done. So that's good. Now it's talking about changing processes and procedures or turning on specific applications. So that the A911 EZINet next generation core services in Colorado is a complete next generation i3 EZINet ready solution. So this same solution is deployed multiple places, deployed fully i3 with GIS, with text over the EZINet itself. So I just wanted to have you take a step back and understand where you're at. You're in a really good place right now. It is a multi-layer infrastructure, public safety grade, fully redundant, fully diverse, all the way through the existing infrastructure, all the IP elements, as well as out to the connectivity out to the PSAP. Ready for today and prepared for tomorrow. That's what we did. So you go back 10 years when they first started to talk about next generation core services and i3 and all that, it was to think about the previous 10 years. So every time a new technology came out, whether it be phase 1 and phase 2 wireless, whether it be VoIP, any of that type of infrastructure, was always going into an old system and figuring out a way around it, a fix for it or a band-aid for it. So what this infrastructure that we have deployed now for Colorado, we had to take all that back, wipe it clean, and start from scratch. So how can we develop an infrastructure and a solution that can not only do all the things we know we're going to need to do, but also support all the things we don't know that's coming. So that's how this was prepared, and following the NENA i3 architecture, we're open to all the new technology coming in. So now it's just interconnecting and operating with standards and solutions that are already out there. And so we're ready to take all that new information in, whether it's rapid SOS information, whether it's new originating service providers like alarm companies or telematics or something like that. The infrastructure is ready to do that. So we all have a dedicated deployment and service team and also an accelerated deployment model. Again, what's really cool is we're on this infrastructure already, and now we're turning on and off applications. We're helping the PSAPs and the MSAG coordinators and the GIS authorities with the operational procedures that have to happen for all these things to be implemented. But just wanted to take a step back first and foremost and say we're in a really good spot. We turned up this solution relatively quickly with a lot of success, and now we're ready to turn on all the additional features and functionalities. I'll stop there for a second if I can for questions. Any questions on that of where we kind of currently stand and what the future holds? I don't know if there's anything online.
I have a quick question. So
Sure.
the EZNet as it's installed right now
Mhm.
is not NINA i3. What is the time frame for implementing the core services that will make it NINA i3 compliant?
Very short. So from a technical, I'll talk about from a technical perspective, and then we probably have the tariff conversation and all that stuff later. From a technical perspective, it's really depending on, I would say, more the PSAP operational procedures to have their GIS readiness set up to be able to operationally update that into the infrastructure. What we typically say is from when we be asked technically to go from the existing solution, which right now is an ESN-based routing solution, to a GIS, we usually say 3 months. So again, there's a lot of assumptions there that we are there pretty much from a GIS perspective. So one of the things that Nina says is that you want a 98% match rate between your MSAG data, your current alley MSAG data, and your GIS data, your street center line, road center lines, and address point data, that they should match at least 98%. Or 98%, I'm not sure where they came up with that number. Could be 100%, but as close as possible. So those processes and procedures, either if they're done internally with the PSAP and the region, or if they farm it out to a different provider, you need to do all that, get your address data in shape and get it loaded into the system. Once it's in the system, then you have to maintain it. So what happens when you change the name of the street or reduce a range of a MSAG? How does that operationally work? Is that going to be kept internal to the organization in that the MSAG coordinator knows that, usually drives that and makes their changes into the infrastructure and then alerts the GIS authority and they make their changes into the infrastructure? Or is there maybe a third party provider that you can sub that out and then both get updated? Because we got to keep in mind here, when we go to i3, our system and solutions call handling equipment can be ready for it. But the originating service providers, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, aren't. So there are no originating service providers or telephone companies that are sending in i3 data today. T-Mobile wireless carrier is the closest to it, but everybody else is still loading in their address information the old-fashioned way. So through validating against MSAG and loading it into an alley database. So we need to tie those two together. We still need to manage that old location MSAG database because all of those carriers are still using that for location information. But then we need to figure out, okay, once we have that, then how do we send that into the PSAP? How do we do GIS routing? And how do we forward that information to PSAP? We've all figured that out internally, but now we have to align 2 different processes. The old legacy MSAG validation process and the new process with GIS of loading that system. So again, we'll talk more about how that all plays together in a little bit.
Hey, Rich, this is Steve Deloach, guys, with Lumen. First of all, good morning, and thank you guys for having us here. I think the one takeaway in Rich's statement is the infrastructure that we have in place is i3 ready. So I think what Rich was describing was more operational concerns that have to be addressed. But from an infrastructure perspective, the NGCS and the Lumen EZNet is ready to deliver I3 calls today if from an operational perspective they were available. So Richard, I say that correctly?
No, absolutely. No, and I'm sorry if I got down a path there, but yeah.
No, I should have specified too, just for the portion of the network that you control, because you don't necessarily control what PSAPs do or the originating service providers do. But it sounds like GIS, getting our GIS data ready for next generation 911 is the long pole in the tent.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting it ready for deployment and then figuring out the operational procedures to maintain that, those two things. But yes, from our perspective, it's applications and provisioning. We no longer have to change the entire foundation of the infrastructure because we've already done that transitional approach.
So a follow-up question, if a PSAP authority is ready, GIS data is ready, because we've gone through the exercise with Intrado to validate our GIS data, so we're ready.
Yep.
For Intrado, I'm going to assume that that's accurate. You're saying that if our GIS data is ready, then we can start, if Lumen okays it, we would be able to start processing it in this new environment.
Yes, again, I'm going to speak from a technical perspective, not a tariff or a SLA or agreement perspective. But if that was all signed off on, yes, the system can take that in right now. If you're 100% ready on your GIS information, all those operational procedures are already figured out how you're going to do MSAG and GIS management, it would be very much sooner than 3 months, because most of that is doing all the data validations to make sure that the mashup of the GIS and MSAG. So I would say, maybe we do a range 1 to 6 months. 6 months being a piece that doesn't know anything about GIS or doesn't have any of the operational process or procedure set up, versus maybe you, where all that's ready to go. You're ready to send it in. You're ready to manage it on a daily basis. We could shrink that back.
Hey, Rich, this is Steve. Also, you may want to talk about, from a deployment perspective, our model for those customers that do want to do geospatial routing. We still keep the ESN tabular routing table available. So if a call comes in, we can do geospatial and tabular routing to the same degrees. And I think that's really important for customers to understand that we can have a mix. And if you do have geospatial routing, if for some reason there's a miss in the data, we normally have the ESN tabular routing data where we can do dual routing for some period of time, which I'll let you, because that's a big point and a big deal for a lot of customers.
It is, and I'm going to that specifically here. So there's good things and bad things maybe about the transitional solution. We're still waiting on we're going to be waiting for a while for those originating service providers. When I say that, it's telephone companies, for them to fully be ready for the I3 solution. And what the I3 solution is, and I'll go into a little bit more detail later, is that carrier, that telephone service provider, is now responsible for owning their own location data and providing it IP at the time of the call. So we have a while until all the telephone service providers can do that, change out their entire infrastructure of how that works. So in the meantime, we have to manage them like we do today, which is they send in location data files prior to calls. We process those through the MSAG and load them in a location database. Because we do that, one of the good things and takeaways is we do have an ESN associated to it, much like we do today. And if something happens where we can't locate that caller based on their latitude and longitude, we can always fall back to the ESN. So a good example of that, there's some wireless carriers out there that are really good at providing location information relatively quickly to us today, but there's some that aren't. So for those wireless providers that don't have a good XY in the timing we need today, then we are able to fall back to that ESN cell site, cell sector routing. And that's true with everything. If for some reason there shouldn't be, there was a layer overlap or a gap in the GIS data, we always have our ESN based routing to fall back on, because we're still managing that because we have to, because those telephone service providers aren't ready to do I3 yet. So there's a lot of alternate and default routing set up already in the system, so that we always have good fallbacks as to where and how to route that call. That make sense? Yes, sir.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, I understand, you'll be able to migrate on a carrier OSP by OSP basis and on a PSAP by PSAP
Correct.
basis.
So we don't depend on the OSPs. And then we've learned that over the last decade is we can't wait for the OSPs to do something before we do something. So the way we work out is we deploy on a PSAP by PSAP basis. If that OSP can send an I3, our system, for instance, right now, we can take that I3 information and deliver it in a legacy ESN if we have to. Or if they can't deliver I3 right now, we take the location information we have and we deliver it I3. So we've had to make these kind of tweaks to our system over the last 10 to 15 years with the understanding that we can't depend on either side of this. So we take in the information and depending on how that PSAP can accept it, we translate it to how it has to go. So either we do GIS routing and deliver it in an ESN form, or we can do GIS routing, deliver it in an I3 form. We can do all iterations of that on our side. So really for I3, take a step back, I was making an assumption there too, is that the PSAP equipment also needs to be there. So the CPE equipment, if you want to do a true I3 delivery solution, there's going to be provisioning or possible upgrades that need to happen on the CPE. But again, there's a middle ground of how we've developed our system that if we wanted to do GIS routing, we could implement that portion of it, do our layers, do our street center address points, figure out what PSAP it is, and then deliver it in this transitional format that we do today. So we can inch towards it if we want to, or we can deploy all of I3, all depending on the readiness of the PSAP themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and to me, that's a great example of why Daryl's plan is so, that the state will be working on is so important. The complicated nature of implementation, the timelines varying based on different variables, and being able to look at that over time and say, well, what's our path forward look like so we can make sure all the resources are lined up to get there? To me, is a great example of that integrated nature of thinking about the future.
Oh, and giving everyone options too.
Right, exactly.
You know, maybe that CPE upgrade and that funding isn't available for a couple of years, but the GIS is ready. So can we move forward with getting better GIS routing, getting better policy-based routing while we wait for that CPE? And this system can do that. And really what it was developed was over the last 10 years, we had to work with it. You know, there were maybe bordering areas that didn't have the feature functionality, or the specific PSAPs we were working with were more focused on GIS than they were CPE. So we've been able to configure our system to make some applications available, some not, or all the applications.
Well, and I think that's really important for Colorado because like Lita, you might be ready to go full I3, but your neighbor next door might need to stay in a transitional model because they have a completely different CPE, completely different infrastructure. And we need to be able to have that blend of these guys are I3, these guys are transitional, these guys want to stay just where they are for now.
Well, going on, I think about 10 years ago when some of these PSAPs were first doing it, we were really talking about islands, right? One PSAP wanted to do it, they wanted to have very specific feature functionality, but all the PSAPs around them didn't. Either the other PSAPs were served off of their ILEX or different CPE equipment, or only wanted to do ESN-based routing. So that's what we've learned over the last decade is how do we take, if we had a PSAP that was doing full I3, well, we still need to transfer that to PSAPs that are still MSAG or OSN based or CAMA based. So that's what we've been developing over the last decade is to look at a specific PSAP, understand how to interoperate with them, but then also understand that we need to transfer and relay this information to PSAPs that don't have that feature function. This is just a real high level. This is where we were, where we are now. So where we were is the old legacy environment, kind of what I talked about, the old trunking that's either 10 or 20 digits. You're querying an old Valley database. It's all ESN based routing. Where we are now is a mix of the two. And we're going to be in this mix for a while because again, we're in control of what we're in control, which is that middle part. We're not in control of what the telephone service providers do, and we're not in control of what the PSAPs do. So being able to deliver both, you know, the old-fashioned way through CAMA to a PSAP routing ESNs, or this interim step where we're delivering what they call RFAI, which is to the PSAP, but we're still doing ESN routing. Or maybe we deliver IP to the PSAP, and we're doing GIS routing, and then finally we're delivering I3 to the PSAP with I3 protocols and specifications. We can take any of those and move them around. It really depends on what the PSAP's capabilities are. We're looking at the telephone service providers as well, as no matter how they send the location information and call to us, if it's I3, we can downgrade it to kind of old traditional, or if it's traditional, we can upgrade it to I3. That's all the things our systems are doing in production today. Make sense? So all of those applications, you'll hear these I3 terms like ESRP and ECRF, although not turned on for Colorado today, they're part of the infrastructure. All it does is it takes a provisioning change on our side to say no longer look at the ESNs primarily for routing, look at the GIS database for routing. We just need to get that GIS data loaded and train your folks on how to do that and upkeep that on a daily basis. So all those features and functions are part of what's deployed in your infrastructure today. They're just not turned on. Make sense? Any questions? Okay. So this is a more kind of detailed, a little bit more detailed, again, just kind of going over what is available and what is some of what is available and some is what already is deployed in the infrastructure. So some of the highlights here, ESI to ESINet, sometimes we have to hand off to not only legacy bordering areas, but we also have to hand off to other ESINets. We've deployed this in the Lumen architecture already. We're up and running with multiple other ESINet vendors, whether that's maybe a vendor that's also managed by Entrado or completely outside vendors like Motorola or Comtech or something of that nature. So that's already up and running. The OSP IP ingress, we are already doing that in Colorado. We're already doing that in other areas for Lumen where we're taking in calls via IP. So Lumen already owns and operates an infrastructure that aggregates TDM traffic, and then that TDM traffic is sent into the infrastructure IP. So this is something that's already being done. We're already doing it for other states like South Dakota. I believe we're working on that in Nebraska as well. Nebraska's already turned up, I think, one piece up. So getting IP into the infrastructure from a telephone service provider, we're already doing. It's that I3 that we're kind of waiting on the future functionality from the telephone service providers to provide. We're ready to do it. We've done some testing with T-Mobile. That's the one step. But it's already out there and ready. We are NENA compliant. We are delivering I3 protocols and calls to Lumen PSAPs on this infrastructure today, just not in Colorado. We have all that interoperability that we talked about, and we have that in Colorado today. So we still deliver CAMA to some PSAPs in Colorado today because their equipment isn't fully ready to receive IP. But it doesn't matter if that's still happening. If we have GIS data available, we can still do GIS routing and even deliver CAMA to the PSAP. It's, again, what steps we want to take. Do we want to get everything ready, all the CPU ready and fully I3 capable and then deploy it, or do we want to step into it? Either one's an option. Everything is redundant and diverse. So all of the circuit IP connectivity, and that leads us into kind of other things. What Jim was mentioning here is now taking this ESINet that we strictly use for voice and 911 voice and data, now opening up to the real definition of what an IP ESINet is, which is an emergency services IP network. We can use it for other things. So we've come up with our configurations and are ready to deploy, getting connectivity to outside location databases like RapidSOS, or sharing information between PSAPs that is a 911 call. Like maybe you want to share GIS information or CAD information, or you want to link to the CGIS database or something like that. We can take our infrastructure, get that connectivity, use the secure, redundant architecture that we've set up to communicate to those other systems. We can also provision those network paths so that they're deprioritized. And what I mean by that is that first and foremost 911 calls and data, that's what this system was originally for. And that's the number one priority. But if you wanted to send mapping data back and forth from PSAP to PSAP, you could put that as a second priority, in that you can use all the bandwidth you want unless 911 calls are coming across, and then you'll lower the priority of that GIS. It'll allow the 911 calls to process, and then the bandwidth will open back up again for other types of data streams. Any questions on that? Again, just to kind of point it out from the picture here, we get the calls in from a point of interconnect today. We can get calls directly into the core IP today. And that core infrastructure, that middle part, is where we make all of our intelligent decisions. So depending on that incoming trunk group, are we going to do GIS routing for that? And if we are, okay, now we're going to query our own location databases, or are we going to query the telephone service provider's location database? Once that comes in, then we either, let's say we pull that location from our own databases, we plot that XY and look at the layers in our databases to find out which PSAP it plots into. Let's say it plots into Boulder County PSAP. We now then have our policy-based routing on how to deliver that to that PSAP. If that PSAP is down, who else do we alternate route to? Are there any special events configured for that PSAP boundary? So one of the things our system does is, let's say you have a parade or a football game or something like that, you can, through our systems, upload a new temporary shape for that area and have that specific geographic area routed somewhere else. So if you had, let's say you had a mobile command center and you wanted to send it just to that mobile command center, you could. That's all done with GIS routing now, and that's available and in deployment on our systems today. After that's done, then we deliver to the PSAP. We have this diverse, redundant infrastructure to send it to the PSAP. And again, we've tested with all that PSAP equipment, with all those vendors. We have ongoing relationships with those vendors so that they can test in our lab all of our new features and functionalities. But again, if that PSAP isn't available, it comes back into our infrastructure and we route to whatever designated alternate PSAPs are already set up. And just a couple of things that shows the ESINet to ESINet interconnection there. So we have interconnections to other legacy areas and other ESINets. For example, New Mexico is going to RFP here very soon. They're going to have an ESINet vendor. Utah has a ESINet vendor. Nebraska has Lumen as their ESINet vendor. We can send it across there. So all of those are already set up. And then our text control center. So I know that we'll talk more a little bit later about that text is deployed for most of Colorado now. It's deployed with a system using a secure path across the internet to deliver to the PSAP. We're going to move that onto the ESINet. So now once that text is moved onto the ESINet, you have a whole bunch of new routing options for that text. You can use the location information in the text to determine what PSAP it goes to. All those alternate default policy routing now comes into effect for text, and you get to use your redundant, reliable network infrastructure rather than public internet for text. So that's all coming up soon. Yes,
I have quite a few questions. So
let's go.
when you mentioned that it's ready for platform to platform, so we'll start there. You're saying it's ready, we can do that today.
Yep.
So that's a Lumen thumbs up decision that we can do that today and connect platforms?
So let me clarify. For platforms, do you mean like ESINet to ESINet or upgrade to I3?
Kansas and Wyoming.
Right, I'm utilizing your term of a platform. So being able to connect our EVNet to Wyoming to, let's just say, another Lumen Entrado solution. We'll start there.
Yeah.
We can do
Yes.
that today.
It is, again, technically available to do today.
So the decision to do it is Lumen's.
I would say it's a figuring out I'll let Wes talk about, but it's more of the agreements, the SLAs around it from a technical, I'm lucky because I get to talk to the technical.
No, that's the biggest hurdle, right? When they say you can't do it, you're saying you can do it, so now we have to work with Lumen to say,
would-
wait.
Hey, Rich, this is Stephen. Actually, two parts to that. So any customers that are currently on the Lumen Entrado A911, we can do EZNet to EZNet transfers today, and we probably need to make some operational tariff changes. But for those customers that want to do EZNet to EZNet transfers with another EZNet provider, then there has to be work and network infrastructure put in place to allow the NGCSs to talk to one another. And, you know, right now we're working with Comtech on EZNet to EZNet transfers. So we have the model for future EZNet to EZNet transfers with non-Lumen A911 customers. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, for clarity specifically, that's Iowa. Comtech is the ESINet provider for Iowa. They've come to us and said they want to do ESINet to ESINet. We went to the lab, we figured it out, we got a thumbs up, and now I think that the agreement's almost finalized on who orders what circuits, when it happens, and then that's a little bit long when you have to actually put network connectivity in. But once that network connectivity is up, we'll be able to turn it up. A lot of it is, I would say it's half and half. Sometimes it's technical and sometimes it's legal contractual stuff.
So just so we're clear, Lumen is 100% committed to that integration. Absolutely. PSAP to PSAP, state to state. It'll be easier in some situations than others, but we're absolutely committed to it because it's the right thing to do. And so there is no resistance there. Now, what I think we need is a plan that says we want to be able to do this by this date, and have that memorialized in the plan, and then we hold all of us accountable to get there. So, you know, whatever those changes that are needed, those operational things, contracts, tariffs, things, let's figure out when we want to get this done, and let's memorialize that and march that plan.
So a follow-up question then. Technology, we'll just talk like technology, right? So Intrado, Lumen technology for those states that have Intrado Lumen infrastructure. Understanding there's additional technology challenges for non-Lumen Intrado solutions. For a Lumen Intrado state transfer, technology, yes, can be done today. Lumen, yes, we want to get through that.
Yeah.
We want to do that today. So do you need a formal request from us, being the authorities, to say we want this? And then is it going to be done and scoped as a project with a timeline? Or does Lumen say that's not part of our current tariff and you have to go back and reconsider a tariff amendment in order to connect us to other states with like technologies?
So I'll answer that. So I'm not deep enough in how things get done to be able to answer the how it gets done. But here's what I do know. If you all will make that formal request that we want this by a certain date, then it's on us to figure out the how. And we can come back and say, well, the how is a little bit or the how is a lot. It depends on the situation. But I think the formal declaration becomes the genesis that gets things started. So we go from a philosophical conversation about what we might do at some point to a practical conversation about what we're going to do and when we're going to get it done.
How about where it's not two ESINets, but once just,
Legacy?
yeah.
Yeah, like Wyoming would be legacy right now, right?
So, same scenario that.
In Kansas is AT&T, I mean, let's be candid.
Technically, not a problem. But from a Lumen perspective, the request would come in and we'll scope it out and figure out a project plan.
So network to network interfaces are nothing new in this business, nothing new at all. It's just the application now is EZNet to EZNet. So, you know, from my point of view, it's like, yeah, we got to get this done. Let's get it done. Let's talk about how we're going to get it done.
So, and I think that's the big piece. We've been loosely talking about this on our EZNet user group
Right.
for probably almost a full year. And we tabled it because we knew we needed to finish the deployments, get everybody on the
Right.
EZNet. Well, now we're there. Everyone except for our 2 military bases, we're there, we're ready. And you're sitting in a county that is right up against Wyoming, and 911 transfers to that state, it's critical because
Right.
incidents that happen between us and Wyoming are typically serious and severe. Chopper go, really bad traffic accidents, wildfires that decide to come down from Wyoming. I mean, we've had all of it. So that need, and the same thing with all my partners around the state, if you have a county that is up against another state line, the need is there. So I just want to make sure that whoever's going to be the next EZNet chair, which we haven't voted on yet. So from a chair perspective, that the process, what I'm hearing is just like what we did with text and ECAS. You want a letter with a formal request. Technology, we know there's not a barrier. You guys need to scope out
Right.
how to do it and what the cost will be. If there's a cost, hopefully the answer will be there's no cost. This is
Right.
Kimberly for the record. So that there's no cost associated, but then you will get back to the user group to tell us what it will take.
So our intention is to be highly collaborative in this journey. Yeah, because I don't know how we get from where we are now to where we want to go without that being operating that way. So, yeah, I mean, let's do exactly what you described.
Okay.
Let's forge a plan forward. I mean, one of the things that I think is so exciting about this conversation is things just like that. Because I operate much better personally in an environment where I know what's expected out of me. And so, and that's the way I can be held accountable, and I want to be held accountable. So that's perfect.
I think the good news is we've done it before.
Yeah.
Multiple places across the country, so once that request comes through, the house easy.
Right.
So do you need the request based on the state and how they're deployed? Or does the chair send you the request? I need to interface with all 4 surrounding states.
That's where I would say the latter, and that's where we would start.
Okay.
And once we drill it down, we can get more detail as to, okay, I have things that you just need to send voice across. Do you want to go through the legacy system? Do you want to also, there are some instances where you can include data location information for VoIP and wireless. Do you want that? Then we narrow it down.
Yeah. Hey guys, this is Steve. So a couple of things. So first of all, EZNet to EZNet transfer is a NENA standard. So, the ask is not a one-off. It is definitely a requirement if you look at any of the NENA documentation. The second thing is, I think what we need to do, Jim, is work on the request form, because Rich brought up some good points, right? Do you want to do just voice transfers? Do you want to do text to 911 transfer? So I think we just need to come up with a form and provide to the state so they can complete for the ask of the EZNet to EZNet transfers.
But the good news is to your point, have been talking about this for a year. And I know Wes and Kevin and team have been talking with Entrado specifically about Kansas and Wyoming, but we can expand that to other states too. We haven't been doing nothing. There has been some groundwork laid for these transfers.
I just had a conversation with AT&T about 3 weeks ago. We're exchanging communication now that we finished off, well, the 88 PSAPs, except for the -2 we talked about, Kimberly. So that's on its way. And to Rich's earlier point, though, is both sides have to look at that connecting piece and who's going to do what. So the technical, but also regulatory. I don't think we're already started down that path. We don't need you guys to say we'd like this to do. We're on that way now.
Well, okay, that's
You just said something.
yeah.
different.
So you don't need me to send a letter, or you would like?
Yeah, but we're already in discussions.
Because if you send a letter, then will your response back be with a deliverable response, right? Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Cost,
absolutely.
timeline. If we don't
Yeah.
send a letter, no offense to the Lumen and Entrado team, but I don't want it to be a conversation that ends today after we all adjourn.
Agreed.
No.
Be able to hold us to it, so I would suggest sending.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, absolutely. Hey guys, and the other thing that we have seen, I know in working with Minnesota and Iowa, there is a interstate agreement that they were working on for transfers. So not only the first phase would be Lumen delivering the transfer to interstate, but I think there's also an interstate interoperability agreement that's worked out between the PSAPs on the transfer of those calls across state lines. So I
And
don't
that
know
might
if you,
be something you already have in place, but something we need to check on.
yep.
We transferred to a 10-digit today. So I mean, maybe we have an interstate, but maybe Daryl, could you follow up on that from your mission contact?
Sure. So one of the things that, because we're talking about doing a letter to CenturyLink requesting this, one of the things I'm hoping to get out of this is the strategic plan, which will include all of those things in one place. Because right now, the users group has sent letters to CenturyLink requesting they look into text to 911, requesting they look into ECAS. Now we're talking about transfers. Instead of having all of these one-off requests, have one document that both CenturyLink and the EZNet users group, which represents every 911 authority in the state, has agreed to as the timeline with priorities and with milestones. And that way, it'll be harder to lose one-off requests like this.
Well, I guess I want to also bring up, there's a difference depending on the carrier. Like for us to communicate with Wyoming is a different effort than Kansas. Because Kansas is on an ESI net, Wyoming isn't. The integration isn't necessarily easy to do. We're working through it. We've been talking about it, we've been working through it for a while for Wyoming. It is actually quite a bit of an effort to try to get that working. That's why you don't have it now. If it was easy, it would be done, but we're still working through it. And you may say, I want it in 90 days. We've been working on it for a year. It may not be that fast. Because there are some technical challenges between ESI net to CAMA to a non-ESI net state.
Yeah. Hey, but I think at the end of the day, the ask is if they put together that request in writing, then we can respond back in writing with a plan. Because right now, I think there's a lot of tribal knowledge of what's been worked on, but no official stuff. Everybody's probably doing something. So I do think the request is probably the first starting point, and then we can kind of log it and, make sure we put together a plan of action, and then also provide updates to the state. To Kevin's point, we think some of these are going to be simple. Some is going to require a little more advanced technical design, but at the end of the day, it's all still feasible, and we just need to communicate that to the state.
I think it's all about accountability at that point.
Yeah.
That's right.
We establish that accountability. I think the letter or request formalizes that.
Yep, absolutely.
Or a letter in addition to having it included in the plan and all parties acknowledge it and agree that that's the path forward. So I think both or the plan will be the good communication.
But should that be a letter from an individual PSAP or from the PUC representing the state that we want for all the surrounding states to have an interconnection?
Yeah, I think from the state level, because everybody's going to benefit from it. So instead of putting that work on the individual PSAPs, because once we put the infrastructure in place, by default, everybody in the state will have access to it.
Well, and I think that's part of the discovery process too, in that if you say, well, we want every PSAP that borders a state to turn up this solution, that's bigger than a bread basket, then we want to have connectivity to these 5 PSAPs. So I think we could start there again and narrow it down.
I think accountability is the operative word. And when things get in writing and you define, we all understand what's expected and when we're committing to get it done, then there's an accountability. And then, what I would envision as the document is, the statewide document is completed, and as we're managing to it moving forward on regular intervals, monthly, quarterly, we're looking at the plan saying, okay, we all said we were going to do this. Let's hold each other accountable, around the table. And I think that's the kind of collaboration that gets things done.
Absolutely, Jim.
Any more?
Well, you brought up text. Do you want me to wait until you finish talking about text?
Maybe because we do have a specific section on text, I think at 11:14, we can talk more
I'll
about
sit tight on
the
my
details.
questions.
I mean, we could, from a high level, we're working on it. We'll get more detailed about it later. The plan is to put it across at ESI, and I know that request is coming. So it's exciting. We've done it in other places. Again, not a new thing. It's just figuring out those inter agreements between the state, the PSAP, and Toronto, and understanding that there's a bunch of existing text agreements out there. I've hit up most of this, and we only have about 15 minutes, so I might go through it relatively quickly. But really, we want to look at that complete next generation 911 picture. It's mostly what we've been talking about today. So, Do we have legacy support? We do. Do we have an IP network? We do. We're up and live and running on it. I think what we really need to focus on here are probably geographic tools, new data validation, and reporting tools. These are the new things we're now moving forward. So with the introduction of GIS and location-based routing, we want to make sure that the state, the PSAPs, the GIS authorities have all the tools that they need to do those pre-validations to make sure that they're looking at their existing 911 location data and MSACs and comparing that to the GIS, the existing GIS layers, boundaries, EMS, fire, police, and all of the street center line and address point information. Make sure that all matches up, that matches up. So, okay, are we good? Can we get a fresh start and make sure that that new data set, the GIS data set that we're going to use is good? And then any tools that you may need or would like to have ongoing to manage that. A lot of those mix up together with that new data validation and publication. How are you going to, again, create those operational procedures between your location database, alley manager, MSAG manager today, and your GIS authority? How is that information going to be shared between those two agencies? And how is that information going to be shared with the 911 system? So the good news from our side of things, from Lumen's side, is we already have a spatial interface. We have documentation around that spatial interface of how to use it. So it's a web browser that you go and upload your GIS information to. It has a bunch of checks and balances, and once it passes those checks and balances, it's loaded into our system. That exists today. But what process and procedures do you go through prior to uploading it to make sure your data is good? Once it gets into our system, we have training processes and procedures of how you upload it, how that data needs to be formatted, and how we relay back to you if it was successful, if there were any data errors or anything. So some of it's in place, more again, the operational procedures, and from the region's perspective, those may need to be set up. The 911 system does it today, and we're up and running in multiple areas today. Some of the other things are reporting tools. So we have some tools that are built into the EZNet Next Generation Core Service itself today. I think, Wes, when we have a chance, we should, on one of these next meetings, we should do a demo of just what's available today, because a lot of those portals maybe aren't used or the folks aren't aware. We have additional reporting tools that we're specifically asked to add, which is our ECATS reporting tools, and we'll go over that a little bit later. That gives a lot more detailed information from an MIS call handling perspective and from a text perspective. So we're trying to give you additional service and tools to make that reporting easy for each individual piece. This one I kind of talked through already. Again, this is scary to some folks. One, because it's a lot of technical information, and two, what does it really mean? What we're talking about, this is the future of how telephone service providers will send location data into the infrastructure. So eventually, I think you all know that we still manage the location database today because the carriers don't do it themselves. So when we get a call in, we pull it from our own location database that we already pre-validated with the telephone service providers. And then we use that information to do GIS routing, and we convert that information to I3 to deliver to the PSAP when that PSAP is I3. Well, in the future, that will go away. But the worry is, when will that go away? How, from a PSAP perspective, will I be affected by this? You won't, because that's Lumen and Intrado's job to manage it and make sure it's seamless to you. So when carriers do have this feature functionality, we've set it up in our system to take that location directly from the carrier and manipulate that location however we need to, not manipulate location, but the delivery of the information to the PSAP, so the PSAP won't know any different. I don't know if I got it from an I3, IP, or from an old legacy carrier. That's all being done behind the scenes. Really, what I want the takeaway here is that we've developed this. We're in testing processes with telephone service providers to do it now. And whether or not that telephone service provider does it or doesn't, doesn't matter to you because we got it all covered on our side, and it won't look any different to you once we send it all the way through to the PSAP.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Denny, go ahead. You're still muted. I thought I saw you come off real quick and then back on.
You can also type your question in if that helps.
Okay. Well, should I continue? We'll come back to it, or? Okay. Other things I just want to let you know that the kind of roadmap items for our solution. Couple things. We've had a lot of, I've talked about this multiple times already, is i3 customer lab successes. So we're working with one of the biggest wireless providers right now, T-Mobile, to do that i3 testing into our lab. We've tested that DBH location information. We've been able to retrieve that location information by something called location by reference. That's something within the i3 standards. And we've also been able to, one of these other things is, what if you have a carrier that's ready to send in i3, but your PSAP isn't i3? So something that had to be developed as part of that is kind of to take that information and translate it back into the legacy world. If you think of how wireless calls today work, they use a pseudo ANI, that ESRK, the 511 number or 211 number that comes in. Well, in the future with i3, that's gone. So they just send in the callback number. But what if you have a PSAP that can't handle i3? So we created, we developed infrastructure to be able to now take that i3 and revert it back to the old fashioned, where we provide a pseudo placeholder for that, so we can deliver it to PSAPs that can't handle the i3 response. All that has been completed and tested. Our ESINet interoperability with different providers. We've tested the connections within digital, Motorola, and Telequin. They've all been successful. Other network services that are on the horizon, we talked about this a little bit, which is that those additional data paths through the ESINet. So if you want to share, if you have, two PSAPs that are bordering and want to share GIS information over our already existing ESINet that we use for voice, we can do that. What we do is we just prioritize those tunnels through the ESINet, that if we do get an influx of actual 911 calls, that those take priority over anything else that we're using that network for. PSAP network dashboard, this is pretty cool. This is a relatively new application that a PSAP can look from a call handling perspective, from a CPE perspective, what the network traffic looks like coming into their infrastructure. So, what are my peaks and valleys of bandwidth? Other things that we've had questions about, this comes from recent RFPs out there, is, what does my QoS look like, or my latency, or my round trip time. So all these individual network statistics, you can now see on a per PSAP basis, and it's available real time through a web browser. That's one of the cool things that we're doing. TDOS, that's really cool. We're doing some development in our system. We have a phased approach to this. The first approach, which will be available the next by the end of Q2, is, okay, what if I have one number I need to eliminate? If I'm having a nuisance call or somebody that continues to call down that's causing an issue with volume of the PSAP, we can go in and modify that one number. In the future, which is over the next year and a half, there's going to be intelligence built in to determine certain threats, either by carrier or by a trunk group or by a certain type of information that's being sent along in the messaging, and we'll be able to handle that different ways. So we could, if the PSAP designates, okay, I still don't want to just drop this call. I want to handle it, but I want to put it towards a secondary queue. That'll be available with our policy routing function. If they want to route it to an alternate PSAP, if they want to route it to a recording with perhaps, you can usually weed out bad actors by having them go to a queue to say, is this a real 911 call? Press 1, or is this something like that? So we can go through the recording, or we can still go to a fast busy or something like that. So all of those additional policy routing features and functions will be available in the next 12 to 18 months. So that's been a big topic of conversation lately within the PSAC community as well as on RFPs. And then RTT, we're already deployed and live with RTT. So what RTT is in essence real-time text. So rather than using the old SMS messaging for text, going through what we call a text control center and being delivered into a PSAP, RTT is a real-time IP conversation, and it's not one message in, one message back. It's happening in real time. So part of what carriers have to do to turn this up is to get an IP link into the infrastructure. So it goes in parallel nicely with them evolving from going from TDM, from old legacy traffic to IP and I3 into the infrastructure. So yes, sir.
But my understanding is RTT also supports voice over text. So what is the bandwidth that's required? Does that vary depending on if there's also a voice session?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, so the way carriers will deploy, they won't deploy real-time text into a system unless they have an IP link. And most likely, if they're doing real-time tests and have an IP link, they'll also put voice across that. So that'll be on the carriers connecting to the ESI net to determine what type of bandwidth they need. So if they go and do a full replacement, like I'm not gonna do any of my legacy into the system, I need to look at from a IP core perspective, how many calls do I need to send to Colorado simultaneously at any one time? So they would look at, okay, what's my busy hour, right, of that traffic, and then real-time text is a tiny portion, but they would add a percentage onto it to cover that as well.
Okay.
So we tested real-time text up here and it worked.
Mhm.
At least we tested it with Verizon. So it worked fine, came into our PSAP,
Yep.
came in on the Viper, we were able to respond back and see all the dialogue just without any issue. So
So most likely the way it was done is they have it, you can activate it on your phone and do real-time text. The way, my guess is the way Verizon does it today is then they convert it back to SMS. So because we don't have an IP connection with Verizon in Colorado, to the best of my knowledge.
but we saw characters coming across.
Okay. I believe it's still coming in through the TCC because there isn't any direct RTT connections to the carrier in Colorado. I can look into that though. I'm curious.
If you
Yeah.
could, that would be great. And we're happy to test again and grab logs and we can send it over.
Yeah. And I'll be able to find it if you did the original testing too. My guess is it's converting it back to, and the reason why the special characters work is because you're using an integrated solution on your Viper, right? So it never has to go through the old TTY network. That was the problem with the special characters, is trying to deliver those over an old 911 legacy infrastructure. If it never hits that old legacy 911 infrastructure, and it's going from the TCC into your PSAP directly, then those special characters can flow. But again, my guess is that there's some transcoding in the background, changing it from real-time text back to the existing solution, and that's why it worked, because I'm not aware of them having direct connections.
So I think Kimberly's saying that they show up character by character.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay,
not special character.
Oh,
I mean, I think we may have tried that. But
Like you can see them typing.
and maybe the conversion is they're just sending,
quicker.
rather than one message when it's all done, we're sending again, an interim solution would be just send a text, not having real, true, open, end-to-end conversation. But I'll look at it, because I could definitely be wrong, but I wasn't aware that real-time text was live in Colorado. I'll look.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you go back one slide?
No.
Sorry. On your i3 customer integration lab successes, where you say successfully testing DBH from handset for T-Mobile, is that voice only or is that voice and text? DBH for text as well?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'll check. I think we've been doing mostly 911 voice and location. I don't believe that testing has involved text, but I will check for you. I'll get back to you. And you work with Dave, I'm sorry.
Yes, about SOS, and my name's Karen.
Okay. I have Dave's email, so we'll figure it out and I'll answer you back.
Awesome, thank you.
And we are at 10:30, but I think this is probably the most important session of the morning, so feel free to keep going.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll get through this next one. I think we still have time for a break and we can go into our other conversation too. Something I just wanted to touch on, and I think this is important to everybody, and something I'm really proud of from a Lumen and Entrada perspective, is that we have gone for years, it really was, okay, who's responsible for what? If you have a CPE vendor, an OSP out there, okay, we have labs, we gotta do pre-testing, who's gonna pay for it? Because there's time and resources that have to happen on both sides. Who's gonna step through and all the resources that we need to put together? Finally, about 2.5 years ago, we at Lumen and tried to put our foot down. They said, we're not gonna deal with this anymore. This is the right thing to do. And it enables our customers to get better feature functionality. So at that point, we developed all of our lab documentation. We made it a no-cost lab integration. So now we work with all the CPE vendors. As long as they approach us and sign an NDA, then we get them on the schedule for any I3 testing that they want to do. And we've been very successful with various CPE types out there. So we're in process or completed live with 3 of them. We're also in process with a whole bunch of them. When they're ready, we're going to be ready. But we offer this testing now at no charge, and we work with them to schedule it. We also leave their profile in our system so that when they do upgrades or we do upgrades, they can retest. We've also created all these specifications. So, you know, when Nina says, here's I3, and these are all the things that you can do with it, they don't give you a document that says this is for, you know, originating service providers to talk to the INET, and they don't give you a document to say, here is the exact specifications that you need to communicate to the ESINet and the CPE. So we took all that information and developed our documentation, our interpretation of that documentation, and are giving them out. So we give that out to all the originating service providers, all telephone service providers, and the call handling providers. So they use our documentation when they're connecting to us. So it's just been a lot of time and effort. And I'm glad we're at a place now where we're not kind of looking, pointing the fingers at dollars and pennies and cents here. We have it open. All they need to do is come to us and we'll schedule their lab testing with us. And then finally, and we can get more into this if we want, and Steve, I'm going to hand it off to you in a second here, but is security. Security is obviously a very important piece of this. When you went through from a legacy environment to our new next generation environment, there's lots of concerns with its IP and its perhaps sharing, using shared infrastructure. So for our systems, we treat everything outside our Lumen and Entrada core as untrusted. We don't trust anybody. So whether that's an originating service provider coming into us or sending information out to a PSAP, those are all untrusted environments. So we always set up secure AES 256 encrypted tunnels out to all of those locations. We will keep that methodology intact when we're working with originating service providers coming into our infrastructure or any additional services, those that Jim were mentioning, that are up on the horizon here. So if, for instance, we do get a connection with a location database provider like a Rapid SOS from our core system, we'll make sure that it's secure and encrypted out to there. And whether or not we're communicating to them over the public internet or if we have a dedicated connection to them, the security is always going to be good. So, Steve, I ran through that relatively fast. This one's missing a couple of slides. So, Steve, you had some wrap-up slides.
Yeah, and can you guys hear me now? I apologize, my internet down.
Okay. We have the new one here. We're going to upload it for you.
Okay, perfect. Can you guys hear me okay?
This is the civil rights issue of our time. How many times?
You hear me okay? Just kidding.
So can you guys hear me or not?
Yes, yeah, we can hear
Okay.
you clear.
I apologize. My internet died, so I'm on my cell phone, so that's why my picture isn't there. So I apologize about that.
He's in North Carolina, so no.
I know, unfortunately, I have the cable company in. Right.
You want to tell me which slide you need to go to?
Two more.
Yeah,
That one.
right there. Yeah, right there. We're good right there. So Jim asked me to kind of, first of all, just a little background. I mean, I don't know if you guys may be familiar with Stephen Doyle, but Stephen Doyle was the engineering manager. He retired in December, and I came on board to fill his shoes. So I'm the new Stephen Doyle. So the first name and the last name initials are the same, so you guys can't get us mixed up. So I just wanted to kind of lay out for you all, the Lumen Next Generation Public Safety Platform Roadmap. So we've got a lot of exciting things that we're working on, and some are close to fruition. So the first thing I know Jim mentioned and talked a lot about the hosted and the cloud, public cloud versus private cloud versus on-prem. What we're starting to see from customers is the desire to move a lot of on-prem solutions to the cloud. So right now, we Lumen are working with our CPE and voice recorder vendors to create a public hosted cloud solution for call handling and call recording. I think those are something that we anticipate being available for the general public in 2022. We've started the process of the call handling in the cloud. That's in process right now. And we're working with our call recording vendor to start that process to move call recording to the cloud as well. Some future things we're working on in conjunction with our NGCS provider is video to 911 services. I know some of the CPE vendors offer a service, but it's more over the top. What we're looking at doing is integrating that into the Lumen EZNet. So to the PSAP, we'll be able to deliver those video services over the 911 EZNet. A big one that we're starting to see a lot of interest in is message notification that's iPause compatible. And I put it here, iPause, when I load up that term, it just stands for Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. And basically all we're talking about there is having an infrastructure in place where if a PSAP or state wanted to do any outbound notifications, using the GIS data, that we've got a solution in place that we can offer PSAPs and states to provide that capability. The other one that we're starting to see a lot of traction and requests from PSAPs is our cybersecurity assessments. This is starting to be a big deal, and we're starting to see this being done at the state level, where the states are saying as part of their 911 next generation plan that they've got to put a process in there to do the security assessments, and primarily because of interfacing to third-party vendors' data that may be accessible over the internet. I know you guys are aware there's been quite a few PSAPs that have been attacked by ransomware. So we're starting to see a lot of requirements or requests from customers to do security assessments at the PSAP level. The other one that's really near and dear to me and Jim's and Luma's heart is doing security as a service for the PSAP. And basically what this means is at the individual PSAP level, after an assessment has been done and there's been some recommendation to close those gaps, that Lumen would be the provider to provide those required or needed security solutions as a service. So, it wouldn't be a capital expenditure for the PSAPs. It'll be a traditional monthly rate. And then for the state of Colorado, it's something that we could roll in as a tariffed item. The other one that's really near and dear to my heart, and Rich talked about this a little bit in providing the EZNet Plus, or the ability to utilize the A911 infrastructure to access outside sources. What we're looking at doing is we're calling this our EZNet Plus. It's offering SD-WAN at the edge. So at the customer preem, the customer would be able to bring in external IP connections. They could use a tertiary, the zero network connection, the Lumen Ethernet infrastructure is in place. You could also use that same infrastructure for CAD to CAD messaging. So anything that you would normally be utilizing an external network connection, that can now be delivered over the Lumen Ethernet. And with our SD-WAN offering in place, we'll be able to provide those same level of security requirements that are required per the NINA standard. And as part of our SD-WAN offering, the EZNet Plus, we're also offering a Lumen branded executive dashboard. And basically what that dashboard would allow is for PSAP to go online and look at the status of their network. They'll be able to look at how many calls they have the ability, if they wanted to, initiate a manual reroute. So this is, Lumen's interface for the PSAPs into our infrastructure, and this can be user driven based on access capabilities. So some people may have view only capabilities. Some may have the ability to initiate changes. So we've got that up and running, and this is something that we're working on for our A911 customers, being able to offer this solution. And last but not least, we're also looking at providing a solution we're calling an aggregation as a service. So in Colorado, where Lumen is your 911 next gen service providers, we're utilizing our infrastructure to do all the aggregation of that traffic from the end offices. So because we are a telco and we have the expertise, and we do know that when states and customers are migrating over to next generation 911, that ingress network is just as important as that egress network going out to the PSAP. And how do you get those calls from all the end offices, and there's various OSPs. So Lumen is in the process of developing aggregation as a service solution. So even in those states where maybe we are not the 911 service provider, that we can still offer aggregation services being provided by a telephony company that has over 100 years of experience in networking. Excuse me, was there a question?
So this is Kimberly. I would love some more information on this aggregation as a service. Do you have documentation on this or any items that you're able to share with us?
Yeah,
we want to.
Absolutely. Hey, Wes, so take that down, and we can actually provide the high levels plan. We don't have it completely documented, but we do have a rough draft of what we're looking to provide, so we can definitely get you a copy of that.
I have a question about the SD-WAN service. For years, one of the first thing I heard about, and I've heard about since the FCC has done some of its working groups has worked on, is where if a person speaks a foreign language, or if they are hard of hearing or deaf and they want to be able to sign their 911 call, that you would use the 911 network and processes to route the call to the correct PSAP, but then during call setup, you would use their device profile, what their language was, or if they need to sign to conference in video relay service or a translation service. Is that what the SD-WAN is supposed to be getting at?
No, the SD-WAN is getting at allowing, from a security perspective, to have multiple network solutions coming into the PSAP. So today, what we typically see is, let's say a customer, they've got a CAD network in place, where they may have some remote CAD PSAPs out there. So they've got a network in place that they use for CAD. Now there's the EZNet they use for next generation 911 services. And then let's say if they had a tertiary network in place, that they will have a separate network. Where what our SD-WAN appliance does, it allows us to aggregate all those different networks. So instead of you having to have two separate networks, one for your CAD and a separate network for your EZNet, we're able to utilize that one EZNet connection, add more bandwidth to be able to accommodate all your IP requirements over one network connection.
Is that other piece I was talking back, is that anywhere on the roadmap yet?
Well, I'm glad. I think, Rich, I think I've heard of that being part of the call handling offerings. Are you
Yeah,
familiar?
yeah, so I think there are translation services out there today. Whether or not we're using video as part of that's the question, and if that travels over the ESI net. I3 and the version 3 of I3 defines how we're gonna send video over the ESI net, but it doesn't really talk about any specific application. So I think in the next couple of years, we'll see how we can use the architecture that we've laid out to connect other parties. Now, can we transfer a call, a voice or conference in that party today via voice? Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think he was getting more to a real next-gen i3 solution where before the call even hits the dispatcher, you need
Mhm.
video because they want to sign,
Sure.
or you need a Spanish translator.
And
That
that-
just comes with the call, right?
Yeah,
You don't have to-
those video codecs are built into the system to be able to accept, and I think those will be additional feature
Well,
functionality.
you don't necessarily need the video to the PSAP, but you would set it up to the video call center.
Mhm.
And then you could just use a voice connection.
Yep, no, I would agree with that, and I don't have any specifics on that right now, but I can tell you the infrastructure is gonna be able to handle it.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that we're looking at moving towards an SD-WAN at the customer edge, because there's going to be a lot of different data sources coming into PSAPs. You know, some may be via the EZNet, some could potentially be over the top. So by bringing that all into our SD-WAN appliance, we can now provide that and manage that PSAP from a security level based on the NENA standards to keep the bad guys out of your network.
So this is Kimberly. I've got a couple of questions. One of the benefits of not having everything come in on the EZNet is diversity. If I was to move my text onto the EZNet, then I may also have a failure in my ability for citizens to reach me when there's a 911 voice path failure, which we've experienced. The EZNet has an outage for some reason. We're not just talking about an OSP situation, but it's a 911 outage in the EZNet. I can still publish in a lot of pieces. You can text 911. And we've tested that, we've had that experience. If we bring it all into the EZNet, I see introducing a different risk into my ability to secure and mitigate that outage for voice by being able to offer a text, a separate path outside of the EZNet. So with the current infrastructure that Lumen has in Colorado, we don't have complete diversity. We don't have complete ring. We have failures in the network. So the more we collapse into that network, I see we are introducing a different level of risk. So what is your position or thoughts on that?
Yeah. So what we have seen is number one, when we design a network, we try to make sure we provide diversity at the POP level and last mile diversity. And we do understand in some cases that's not available. So what we have been offering to our customers is an option for a tertiary network, which is what our partner Degerio, which uses the internet and the wireless infrastructure for access. And if you've got an existing internet connection in place, that can be utilized as well. So in the event of a network failure that we just talked about, in this Degerio mode as a tertiary network, those voice calls could ride the tertiary network and you wouldn't lose any call processing from a voice call, as well as text to 911 if we were using the EZNet to deliver text to 911 over that solution. So what we need to do is evaluate those sites that we don't have POP diversity, last mile diversity, and put a solution in place that maybe will provide a tertiary network so that if we did have a failure of the EZNet, that this tertiary network will kick in and it'll be transparent to the caller. They wouldn't even know that their call is being processed over the tertiary network. And we're going to address that outage issues for those sites that we don't have true diversity and redundancy.
I think the same is true for Rapid SOS. If we brought Rapid SOS into the EZNet, one of the benefits that we see is when we have a situation where we've lost Annie Alley coming through on the network for whatever reason, we can rely on Rapid SOS and we use that for location all the time. So it's a nice redundant feature offering us connectivity in times where the Lumen network perhaps is experiencing an issue or the Intrado delivery of a service is experiencing an issue. So I just tell you from my perspective and conversations I've had with my board, we have concerns about collapsing too much into the network and then simplifying, which is great, but then we know what our risks are right now in the Lumen network. We are not fully diversified. We have failures, and that to me just introduces a concern. So I wanted to bring that up. And then my other question is, these roadmap solutions that are presented here, all exciting and fantastic. Is Lumen looking at these as each item would be tariffed in Colorado? Or would a particular authority be able to say, I'm interested in this iPause capability as a redundant connection to my current emergency alerting solution? Can I then work with Lumen outside of the Colorado tariff process to purchase one of these solutions, for example, on your roadmap list?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I got another slide that we'll talk about our next steps, but any solution that Lumen offers, if there's not a tariff in place today, and we don't think the tariff is the way to go, that solution can be purchased by the individual PSAPs on a capital expenditure charging NRC plus maintenance, or we do offer the ability to sell it as a service where the PSAPs can pay a monthly recurring charge, sign a separate master sales agreement where they are kind of leasing that service as opposed to using capital. But absolutely, any item on this roadmap will be available for those customers that wanted to purchase without utilizing a tariff.
So, and that's great to hear, and I'm glad that's your answer, because there could be things that we decide from an EZNet user group that we all agree are beneficial to our particular areas, that we say makes sense to be a statewide tariff request that we submit a letter, it's in the plan. But to know that there could be other pieces of particular authority or PSAP says, I'm ready to have this redundancy in my iPods alerting. I'm ready to bring in some of these additional SD-WAN options. So that's beneficial to us to be flexible in that area.
Yeah. Hey, and I think as a takeaway here, Kevin, we probably need to go back and look at all of the sites in Colorado that we don't have true diversity from a POP and last mile perspective. And, because as we start to migrate more and more to the EZNet, I totally agree. We got to make sure that we're providing 5 nines of reliability so that in the event of a disruption on the Lumen MPLS network, that the PSAPs can still process 911 calls. So Kevin and Wes, we probably need to go back and look at those sites that we don't have that level of diversity to provide 5 nines of reliability, and kind of figure out how we get to that with products that we know that are currently in the Lumen roadmap.
And Steve, this is Daryl. You're coming in at the end of a long conversation, because
I know.
we've been talking about diversity for several years now, but we're still working on it too. And the Public Utilities Commission is going to be issuing a notice of proposed rulemaking, hopefully soon. We've been working on it for a while. And I wanted to comment on a couple of things. So Kimberly's point regarding diversity, if you put too much stuff on the EZNet and don't have other paths for that to get to you, then you might actually be losing some diversity. And I think that's a very valid point. What I would suggest we look at is providing options to the PSAP so they can make a decision, but not be forced into it if that's not something that works for them.
Absolutely.
So in some areas of the state, internet connections are not very stable. But the EZNet is a lot more stable than their public internet connection. So for text to 911, they may really prefer to get it over the EZNet, which would
Right.
be more, a lot more reliable for them than getting it over a VPN to a TCC. But in Kimberly's case, not having that ability to get it over a VPN from a TCC directly may reduce her her diversity. So having it available over the EZNet, but not restricting PSAPs from getting it separately if they want to, I think provides the greatest amount of flexibility for the PSAPs to make their own decisions.
Yeah.
And then on the question of what we can put in the tariff and what we can't put in the tariff, I do have a session scheduled, or a section of today scheduled to talk about that. There are some things that have to be put in the tariff under the commission's rules. If it has to do directly with basic emergency service, it has to go on the tariff. If it's tangentially related to basic emergency service or could be considered part of basic emergency service, but maybe not, there's probably some things, some types of services that we can talk about. Does this really make sense to go on the tariff, or does it make sense for this to be offered separately on an individual case basis? And there are benefits to putting it in the tariff. There's benefits to not putting it in the tariff. So I think those that's a very complicated discussion, but we're going to get into that a little bit later today.
Yeah. Hey, and there, I think the beauty of it is, from a Lumen perspective, we're open. So whatever makes the most sense for the state, I think makes sense to Lumen. And I just want you guys to take away, the takeaway here is, we're open to different ideas on how we make sure we provide a high level service from Lumen to you all, and then from you all to your customers. So, it's kind of, everything's on the table for discussion, and nothing is hard and fast that we have to do it a certain way. All right. And like I said, for those sites that are truly, that we're not delivering on the 5 nines of reliability, I want us to kind of take a look at those again, because our network has evolved. And, maybe from the time when the circuits first went in years ago, maybe there was only one last mile provider serving that PSAP. And today there may be an alternative last mile provider. So there may be some network grooming and tweaks that we can do. So we'll go back and take a look at those sites. I know Kevin is aware of the ones that we have POP and last mile diversity, so we can deliver that 5 nines reliability from a network performance. And those that don't, then we'll give another look at to see what are our diversity options, and more so, not just to try to solve for this issue with texting and loading too many things on the EZNet, but to try to make sure that the network stays up, with 5 nines reliability, so that the PSAPs aren't worried, hey, there was a network disruption and then it took my PSAP completely down. Those are the outages we should be trying to avoid in the shape, form, or fashion. All right. Any more questions? Comments?
Yeah,
All right.
hello?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hi, Joel Estes. Could you tell us when these various services will be available? I think the public hosted cloud solution you said would probably be available in 2022. What about the other services?
The video to 911 services, we're currently working with vendors. So what I will say right now, the plan is the message notification, we're working with a vendor right now. Cybersecurity assessments, I was just on a call this week. So I think that is on some executives' plan to be deployed Q1 of this year. The security as a service and the SD-WAN, we've been in conversation with Intrado on the SD-WAN piece. Our goal there is to have that hopefully implemented by Q4 of this year. And the aggregation of it as a service, that's a major undertaking. And we don't have the date on that one is to be determined. But what we can do is kind of provide as this deck some tentative time frames for when we expect these solutions to be deployed. Granted, knowing it is subject to change, but we do have some internal dates that we can share.
Okay, great. That would be helpful.
All right, perfect. Let's jot that down, and we'll kind of take this slide and go and put some dates up there as part of, when we return this deck to them. All right. Next slide, and we won't spend a whole lot of time on this one, Wes. What we're trying to communicate here is anything that we need to work to create a tariff for.
Well, Wes, you want to take it up?
I guess so. This is coming up with Tim Kunkelman's going to be introducing this. This is already in process. I think we've seen some of the verbiage on this. Tim, are you in?
I'm here, yes. I think where Steve was going to finish was, to the extent that these, and he said it a few moments ago too, but to the extent that these are things that belong in the tariff, I think we're willing to put them in there. And if there are some of them that maybe don't fit there, that's fine too. And we can find different ways to deliver these services to those that are interested. So I think part of where we want to go is with this conversation at some point, whether it's today or elsewhere, is what does fit in the tariff and why does it fit in the tariff? And does the tariff always necessitate a ubiquitous purchase of the service, like we did with the platform itself? And then we're going to roll this ECATS reporting into it as well. But is that the model for some of these other services, or should there just be options that exist within the tariff to buy on an ad hoc basis? I think that's some of the conversation I'd like to understand from you all, how some of these might go.
I do see Steve got back online.
No, Tim, you must have been in mind reading, because those are the exact words I was going to use. So thank you very much, guys. Are there any more questions for me? I apologize for the internet disruption here.
I guess, this is Chris Shaw. I just had a question for you on some of the services that are already, I guess, tariffed in regards to updating MSAGs and getting MSAG extracts and stuff, where perhaps pricing was developed back in the day when things were a bit more manual. And now as we're going to do these, this GIS migration, are there any discussions underway about making it smoother and easier and less expensive to get some of that data to be matching GIS, MSAG, and ALI data together to help these PSAPs migrate their location data?
Is that for me? Is that for me, Michelle? I'm sorry.
We are going to be talking about that.
So if we're talking about the existing tariffs or pricing that Lumen charges to get extracts, MSAG?
Yeah, or push up a new MSAG completely, all of that stuff around MSAG.
Are you aware of those existing costs or charges, Wes?
Looking at the new version, basically, get
Right.
the match rate up for the GIS as a whole platform for the uploading and then ongoing basis.
Yeah, I think there's multiple options, right? Some of this can be done by the PSAP themselves, some of it can be done by third-party providers, or some of these services will be performed by Lumen or Entrado. So I guess we'll need to take a look at the existing pricing around what, pulling reconciliations or MSAG prices are. I agree. I understand what you're saying. You're gonna need a lot more now than you ever did.
Right.
Because now you gotta take it and do the NETA validation, the 98% completion.
Right. And I think the systems now are much more automated. You can push and pull data easier, so it's less burdensome for everybody.
I don't even know what the existing agreements are for that. We'll take a look.
Great, thank you.
I think one of the things we had talked about is that we could perhaps engage Entrado or one of the other GIS providers, bring the whole state up to GIS standards, like New York did that, and do it through the Lumen tariff.
Yes. So we are going to talk about that in the next section. I think that is an Entrado Lumen provided service. I think maybe Chris's perspective is, what if there's a different third-party provider out there? Is that true, or?
That would be my perspective, yeah.
There might be other third-party providers willing to provide that service as well. So how does that apply to them? I can talk more about the Lumen and Trado service, but then the other service is more of a legacy agreement of getting reconciliations of current MSAGs and stuff like that. So I think we'll look at both.
So I don't want to cut this short, but I do want to be respectful of people's biological needs. We've been going for over 2 hours now. So let's take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:15, and we will pick up. And Jackie Louise, I do see your hand up, so we'll pick up with you, your question.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, for those that are on the call, I'm gonna mute the room, so we didn't drop it. It's just gonna be quiet.
Hey, Matt, your mic's open.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Rugged
Return to your seats. The voice has spoken.
Awesome.
So we're actually getting them in like a hybrid microwave, so.
Steve, do you have any more, or are you handing it over to somebody else?
The problem you're looking at it,
Okay, we're gonna get started.
If you're going to continue your side conversation, please go out in the hallway. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Steve, are you handing it off to someone else, or, well, we do have the question from Jackie. Jackie, you want to go ahead and make your question?
Yes, and it doesn't really involve Steve as much as the group and you as a whole. With the talk of ad hoc add-ons versus tariffed, I just wanted to ask, one, if we did something like that, it seems to me that that would not be in the statewide tariff, and that you would, as a authority, would pay for those individually versus through the statewide tariff, so statewide surcharge. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up and make sure we have it on our radar, that as we're talking about ad hoc things and how that gets funded. Thanks.
Keeping it eligible for funding from the statewide surcharge is paramount, I think, for some of us.
This is Daryl, and I agree, and that is on the agenda for later, although we're kind of off the agenda now and kind of winging it. This conversation is really good.
I'm sorry, I tend to do that.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. This is exactly the kind of conversational approach to this I was hoping we'd achieve anyway. But yes, we are, that is one of the things I wanted to talk about today, because it does, I don't want it to influence what we talk about as possibilities. I don't want the tariff and our regulatory structure to limit our possibilities, but then we have to talk about the tariff and regulatory structure to figure out how to get to the possibilities that we desire. And I think one of the questions is, whether it can be refunded to the 911 authorities through the state 911 surcharge or not. And if you do things on a one-off basis, it's difficult to see how that can be done. So that's one of the things that we'll be talking about later.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to bring that up because it was rolling around in my head.
Yep.
Okay, so I can get started back here in this next session. Again, we're a little off on our timing, but
Don't worry about it. Just keep going.
I think specifically we wanted to talk about three new items that we're working with. Lumen and Toronto and the state are working with to make available. One of the biggest ones, the most important ones of moving to true GIS routing in I3 is this GIS data management. So I touched on that earlier. We'll go into more detail here. But in order to do that, you have to get your GIS data up to snuff. And then you have to operationally manage that through the life of the service. So Lumen and Toronto have come up with a service for that, which I'll go through. Additionally, we'll talk to text 911 via the ESINet. We touched upon this already, but formally, how does that make the solution better? Getting that text through the ESINet, what functionalities or features would be included. I'll go through that to a degree, and then our ECAT solution, which is our MIS reporting solution, gives the PSAPs a heck of a lot of additional reporting capabilities from a call perspective to look at statistics of all the calls, busy times, position answers, all the per PSAP statistics that are needed to evaluate a number of different things. So we'll talk about those three and hopefully have some other great conversations throughout this, but that's what I'm going to get started on here. Make sense? All right. So the first part of is the GIS data management. So when you move to, like we talked about, we've fundamentally changed the infrastructure from an old legacy circuit switch, TDM-based infrastructure with old legacy alley to a new IP-based infrastructure with additional reliability, redundancy, diversity, but specifically feature functionality around routing and alternate and default So in order to do that, whether or not the state or the PSAP moves forward with full I3, which is, delivering these new protocols and specifications directly to the PSAP call handling, as well as do GIS routing, we can piece part those. We can do some and do some later. We can do the whole thing. The fundamental thing that you need to get done is get your GIS data ready, because in that next stage, whether we're just doing GIS routing or we're doing the full I3, we now need that GIS information to determine the PSAP for the location of the caller and deliver it to said PSAP. So what does that mean? I mentioned earlier, what Nina recommends is that first and foremost, you do a compare of your data. So right now you're using MSAGs, you're using ESNs and alley information, and you have all your GIS information, your boundary layers, your police, fire, EMS layers, you have your street center line, road center line information, and your address point information. So how do those two match up? We've been doing this for about 4 or 5 years now. We find it depends. Sometimes, those organizations, those inner organizations have worked real well together, and they've kept everybody up to date, so that there's already operational procedures between who manages the 911 data and the GIS data. Sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's not so great. Sometimes they work very independently, and somebody, the GIS authority for a certain region doesn't have a lot of communication with the 911 authority. And when we do this initial matchup or comparison, they're way up. So we've run initial comparisons where they're 98% or above. We've run initial comparisons where it's below 50% mismatch rate. So the first and foremost thing that needs to be done is those organizations need to get together and figure out, okay, let's bash these things together. Let's see which side is right. Maybe in this case, the GIS address point is right, or the boundary is correct, or maybe in this case, the ESN boundary is better. So that's the first piece of this is doing that comparison and working out those issues of which data is the correct data for 911. The second part of that solution is once you get that all matched up and ready to go and load that GIS information into the database, how are you going to manage that content? So if a street range change or street name change happens, how does that process flow to get updated into the 911 infrastructure so calls route properly? So a lot of the workflow for geospatial routing, a lot of interdependencies on the specific groups within the PSAP or region. They need to go through and do that validation, find the errors, resolve those errors, and then work on a solution to get those data elements updated into the EZNet system. This is a better representation of what has to happen. Again, for a good period of time, we're going to have to manage the solution as it's laid out here. And what that means is you have two separate pieces. You have the telephone service providers that update their location information to a location database. Right now, that's a Lumen and Trado, what was traditionally called an alley database. So they have to load their location information through the MSAG system into the alley database. Then, and in parallel, we need to update the GIS information, because now when the calls come in, they're going to be routed spatially. So that call comes in, we have to pull that location information out, and we have to plot it within the spatial database to see what PSAP it goes to. So now you have two systems that have to be continually managed. How do you do that? So we've had PSAPs do that a variety of different ways. The PSAPs and regions have decided, hey, I'm going to take that upon myself. I'm going to develop the operational procedures internally to manage that comparison the first time. And then I'm going to continue to operationally manage it ongoing, where if there's a change, this is what's going to happen to the MSAG coordinator side of the location database, as well as get that information to the GIS authority, so that update occurs with the GIS authority. So that's one option. And that's part of, that can be done with the regular typical solution today. It's all behind the scenes on the regional, from a processing, from a regional perspective, is they're managing those operational procedures and making sure that the GIS and the MSAG are coordinated and get updated appropriately. The second way to do it, one of the ways to do it is this solution that Lumen and Intrado is offering, which we call the Transitional Data Management Service. So within that service, our GIS professionals will work directly with both sides from the PSAP and work to get those pieces of data verified, work the comparisons between the MSAG side and the GIS side, and work with all of those resources to get it up to that 98% or better match rate. So that's first part of it, which we call onboarding. We'll work with those authorities to get the data into the shape it needs to be to get it initially loaded so we can start GIS routing. The second part of this, that's the onboarding. We have a coach, we do the Q&A support, we do the one-time GeoMSAG creation. So what that means is once we have all those data elements set and we're at that match rate we want, we create a new MSAG based on the GIS information. That's what we call GeoMSAG. So we now create a brand new MSAG from the GIS information. So now we're at 100% match rate between our MSAG and our geospatial data. So that's the onboarding process. All the checks and balances, all the data verifications, working those errors to make sure the MSAG and GIS are 100% accurate. And then we create a new MSAG based on the GIS information and we load it. So day one, when we go live on a GIS routing solution, we are matching 100%. What's that? So the second part of that is now the TDMS ongoing service. So what could happen is once you get everything 100% match rate, then you start servicing daily. And if you don't have the proper operational procedures on the back end, on the PSAP and region perspective, then you may start getting out of alignment after day one. That maybe an MSAG change is made but isn't carried over to the GIS. Or the GIS change is made in a layer and isn't carried over to the MSAG. So you have the potential, if you don't have those operational procedures set in stone on the PSAP side, to get out of sync relatively quickly. What the TDMS service does is once we're at 100% match rate that day one, is we start taking in the information just from the GIS authority. And then that, let's say it's a range change or a street name change or something like that. Once that is uploaded into our spatial database, we, Lumen and Intrado, will then go and make the appropriate MSAG changes. So rather than being a disconnect of two groups managing two separate systems, we will start taking all the updates from the GIS perspective and funneling those down to the appropriate databases that need to be updated. So that, from a nutshell, is the TDMS service. It allows for us to get it up to snuff. That's all the pre-stuff. And then once it's up and running, we take that data from one source, the GIS source, and then we carry it to the location database and the MSAG databases so it keeps 100% in sync. That was a lot of information in a short period of time. Let me take a break and see what kind of questions are on that service.
I have questions.
Yes.
So, okay, from a GIS perspective, so this is big. We've been preparing our GIS data for 9 years.
Mhm.
And LIDA is the 911 authority, and you would call the regional GIS authority up here. And I know not all authorities and PSAPs have that in the state. And it's the only way that we've been able to get our data ready was to have all the data from our partner agencies filtered to us and for us to create a 911 map. That map then gets pushed down, all that data gets pushed back down to our partner agencies and populated in CAD system. But it's the same data we use for our emergency alert system. So it's a point-based address map. And we've been using your tools to make sure that we're ready for, I guess, your step 2. So is Entrado able to take everyone's data for where they sit today and run it through the process to then kick that report back to say, your data's at 20% ready, your data's at 50% ready, 90% ready? Because knowing that will help them decide what they need to do. Do they go out and contract with you, contract with another vendor, hire somebody in-house to do all that work? Because it is a big, and it is fundamentally essential to everything that we're doing for 911. So, and I'm gonna say, free of charge, right? Because I mean, there's this process here that's part of the data and data creation, and for it to be successful, having PSAPs and authorities have to pay to just be able to put their data through your tool, it'd be great for them to be able to receive that evaluation. Are they able to do that?
Well, part of the service today, and we can work to modify this, is this two parts. One is an onboarding service. That is a piece of it, to do the comparison and tell you where you are, but also work with you to get to where you need to be.
Yeah, so maybe just, I'm gonna call it a 1A.
Yeah.
To just tell people where they are, because until you know where you are, it's really hard to then communicate to the people that hold the money, the boards, the authorities, to say what you need to get to the next step. So just the onboarding piece is great, but that reflection of how good is my data? I mean, I thought our data was good. We had work to do, and we've done the work. But I mean, it's not a quick. You can't do this in a day, a month, maybe 6 months if you hire an outside firm. But it takes a lot of time, and then you have all that local resource of, well, what's the governing address, right? What is right? I see 2 conflicting street names. What's the right street name? So then you have a lot of that decision making that is required locally. So I guess for me, what I would love all of the authorities to be able to have access to is to be able to send data and have the experts run it through the tool and give them a report. You're 20% accurate. You're 80%. You're close.
We could do that. It would be, it is not within our current services. So I don't see that being provided at free of charge, but it would be, it's a subset of all this stuff. So it's a small amount of work. So saying that if that's something that wants to be offered, where Lumen does a comparison, because we'll have to spend time and resources and effort pulling that existing MSAG, taking your information and doing the comparison. So there's time to do it.
So I would just add that I'm not sure if this TDMS and GeoMSAG is part of the tariff stuff or not. It seems like an additional service, I'm guessing. Is that true?
It's not part of the tariff today.
Okay. So there are providers like Datamark that will do exactly what you said, and there's no charge for it. So, I'll just put that out there. So there are options on how you bring your data up to speed and what vendors you use to do that. Now, my general understanding is that Lumen and Entrado, with their management of the EZINet, that, location information would be pushed up to them and then errors would come back, right? But what systems the PSAPs use to get their data up to speed, what workflows they engage to work with their GIS internally, or as some PSAPs are fortunate, like Ben is on your team, super smart guy, right? Other groups have relationships with GIS people in their jurisdiction, and then there's some communities that don't have any GIS resources at all. So there's several different models that need to be considered in how to get the data up to speed and the ongoing management of that data. But that is really a vendor preference. That is not part of this tariff EZINet thing that's going on, as I understand it. Someone correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, and I don't think that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is truly that first 1A of knowing what my data looks like today is that critical step. And then it is up to the PSAPs and authorities to say what tool, what processes I want to adopt and bring in. Do I want to go with the Lumen Entrado model? Do I want to go with an outside vendor model? Do I want to do it internally and use some of the tools that the vendors have created? And so each authority across the state is going to have a different take on what's going to work for their model. But it's hard to even take that to your governing board if you don't know the status of your data, compare it to where you need it. right? I mean, that's the piece, is I can look at it compared to what I think you need. But I need to know what you need to then take it to that next step and start using it in my new MSAC, to create a new MSAC out of it.
So, you know, we're gonna, be a steward of 911, and we want that information to be as good as possible, as close to 100% as possible before you load it into the database and start using it for routing. We cannot require a certain percentage or measure. So that's something that individual PSAPs and GIS authorities will need to make the decision. Additionally to that is if there are gaps or overlaps or something like that, our system does fall back, like I said before, the ESN route. So there's that to take into consideration as well. We can give you what the NENA recommends, but it's ultimately the PSAP and GIS authorities for that PSAP to determine what the right number or percentage match with. Our solutions, our optional services here are the way we've seen it be successful. But saying that, if, I don't know, you said you already have Intrado tools, is one of those tools MapSag? MapSag has on it a way to do the comparison yourself.
Yeah, we've already done all that. We have your new tools. Ben actually was a developer on MapSag and I stole him from Intrado, so he made for us. But yeah, so we've used that tool so we know, and we've been working with the team to say, what does it take to get our data ready? Because we want to beta that and just, I don't know, proof of concept. It's not really a beta, but it's more like that.
Well, and behind the scenes, that's what the tool we use to do our comparisons too. So if you're using the same tool that we're using, that'll give you a good feeling of where you stand. You know, if you're at 98 or 90% match rate, then you can decide to move on to the next step of doing it.
Yeah, no, I feel good about us. I'm just looking globally across the entire state. You know, how's our state and where are the other authorities and how we can help them from an EZNet user group in this workshop, how we can create an ask or a model to say, here's the first step in this particular area in the GIS world. Here's your first step. You need to run it through this tool, or you need to hire this contractor or work with this vendor to run it through this tool to know the status of your GIS data.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, there's, you know, several different models of PSAPs based on their size and complexity. And I'm excited to have those discussions to kind of create some best practices for those different levels of PSAPs on how they can get started, how they can interact with the GIS team, the MSAG coordinator, the addressing authority, because a lot of it really is about workflow, right? How to bring it into the PSAP and make it manageable, not only for that first step, but the ongoing, right? How do you keep it alive and accurate?
And we do have some documentation. We have a document called the GIS Roles and Responsibilities document. It's a comprehensive document of what needs to be done and how to interact with our system once it's up and running. That we can provide. We'll get a copy of that to Colorado. And again, we can provide as many services as you would like, and we like to do that. We've been very successful with it, but ultimately it's your decision. So we can give you a template of what's needed and try to walk you through what the best path is.
I think one of the considerations is if it's in the tariff, we can use the statewide surcharge to pay for it. And the idea that perhaps you could issue a statewide RFP to various vendors to get us up to our starting level. And then once we get there, then everybody can look at what they need individually to go forward. And can Lumen include, if we do an RFP, include whatever contract comes out of that in its tariffs, we can pay for it through our statewide surcharge.
I think that's up for, if a statewide RFP came out for GIS services, we would respond to it. I can tell you that. So we'll be a part of that. I think what we were trying to do in the interim was also come up with additional services that would be available.
Yeah, I think our journey is clearly going to be do what's best for the state of Colorado. So, you know, we'll look to, you know, to everybody, to Daryl, to everybody to say, you know, what's the best way to kind of align the help that's needed with the ones who can provide the help, you know, with the folks who need the help. So, you know, those are different kinds of methods across the country, whether it's procurements or there's convenience contracts that, you know, get you out of doing procurements. There's different ways of getting things done. And we're open to however the state wants to proceed.
Right.
One
We
of
know
the,
that Entrado and Lumen partner together in the provision of this service, but could we have that initial part done by Geocom or Datamart? I don't know what all the companies are, but one of the other companies through the tariff to get us to our base level.
So,
Is there something between Lumen and Entrado that would prevent that?
No, I'm not aware of anything. No, I mean, I'm not sure of the mechanics of having, like, if we're gonna put something in the tariff, then we're gonna have to go through the process of costing and all those elements, which is gonna align you with a certain technical approach. So, you know, I think that would be one option, you know, as an option. And then, you know, the counties would have to make their own decision on, you know, kind of which option they want to take, I suppose. And there's other options out there. I mean, we work with Geocom, you know, we work with Entrado on GIS services. You know, we're obviously, you know, we're in a very close alignment with Entrado here in Colorado because of all the things that we're doing together. So that's why we're talking about this today. But at the end of the day, we're going to want to do what's best for the state.
well, I think there's some interesting conversations maybe later today about futuring this. Because there are opportunities like in, you know, California, Caltrans is doing things with federal highway transportation, getting federal monies. You know, if your road center lines are part of the Arnold standard that's submitted up to the federals, you can get some funding there. So, you know, I think it's a bigger conversation than strictly EZNet, right? It's about how you're feeding your CAD, you know, the one source of record to push out to multiple places, how you can get additional funding. So I think it's a bit bigger conversation.
Again, this is, you know, through Entrado's experience of turning up over 500 I3 PSAPs. This has been our pathway to success. But there's a whole bunch of different ways to do it.
Yeah.
Like we said, you don't have to go with Entrado, you don't have to go with Lumen. You can do it yourselves, you can go with other vendors. This was our, again, the way we have been successful, the trials and tribulations over the last 5 years that we've seen and how we fixed those problems.
Yeah, I agree with Rich. I mean, it's so essential to Next Gen 911 to get it done. So that really has to be the overarching statement that it's got to get done. So, you know, figuring out the details of it.
Well, I really like what he was saying because there is federal monies and these GIS databases are not just for the ESInet. They're for,
Oh, sure.
and when you leverage that as a state
Yeah.
into the whole thing, and you know, I'll put my resource center director's hat on and take my AWS hat off. There's PSAPs in this state. There's authorities in the state that cannot afford to pay for GIS services. They just don't have the resources. So we need to help them leverage as much of those federal dollars that are available as we can.
Right, and even when there are jurisdictions that can pay, you know, the tools that are out there that can look at, you know, how these jurisdictions line up for overlaps and, you know, making sure you're getting that information together is part of the picture as well. So there's a lot to that.
Yep. Yeah, I think what last thing I'll say, we'll move on. But last thing is that, again, this is proven to be successful. There's a relatively fast track when it comes to this. It's a very a stepped process. I mean, we've had success with this particularly in turning up PSAPs I3 in the 3 to 6 month time period from start to finish. And it's an all-encompassing type solution. But if we want to take it away and say, what is 1A, what is 1B, what is 1C, we can absolutely do that. We've done that all over the place. This one, we just wanted to say, okay, what do we know is successful, and here it is. Maybe this is the premium model versus the basic thing.
I want to make sure we have time to get to, because I know Tim Kunkelman has some tariff amendment updates. You know how much more you've got?
I'll go quick.
Okay.
Real quick. So just from an EZNet perspective and text and 911, we've had some good discussion here. I think we're going to look to maybe provide some additional tertiary conversations. Typically, the EZNet is very available and redundant and diverse. So the goal to get the text onto the EZNet is number one. What it additionally does, getting text onto the EZNet, is in an I3 world. It allows us to use all that alternate default policy-based routing we use with 911 calls. Special event boundary, alternate routing, all of that is now becomes available for text to 911. So getting all the Colorado PSAPs onto the ESINet from a technical side of things makes sense. Lumen and Entrado right now are working through, and we should have something in the next by mid-February. It's something to present from a pricing and SLA contractual perspective. What's unique right now is that Entrado has all those direct text contracts, and Lumen has specifically the ESINet and core services, and how do those interact with each other? So do we take it and put all of those contracts on Lumen? So now all the SLAs and risk and liability can be understood from one contract, or do we keep them separate? Entrado keeps going out and selling text and just sends that text over to the Lumen EZNet. So those, we're going to be very close on that and should be available middle of February. As to here it is. This is our perspective, the best way it should work, maybe more of a one-stop shop. But technically, makes perfect sense. I think we have a takeaway of what kind of tertiary alternate route, alternate network paths we can have if the MPLS network hasn't been super reliable. To maybe allow another public internet or SD-WAN connection to be failover or something. So we can work on that, but the agreements are very close to being done.
Hey guys, this is Steve Lewis. And also for those PSAPs that have a unique requirement where they want to keep the text to 911 over the VPN connection, we're going to work and make sure we include that as an option as well. So like I said, we don't want to force feed anybody down a path. We definitely, as Jim mentioned, want to work with the state and provide options. And we know, one size fits all may not be the answer for certain solutions. So we're going to be open and flexible and give customers and PSAPs options on how they interface from a text to 911 perspective.
I'll just relatively quickly, because we're running low on time, talk about ECATS. I think most of you are probably aware of ECATS. It's a spectacular MIS reporting tool from a PSAP side of things. It can do a whole bunch of stuff. Allows you to collect all of that data, not only from a call perspective, but also from a call taker perspective. It has literally hundreds of reports available. They can be customized for that specific PSAP to run on a repetitive basis. Here are just a few of those. Your call summary, your detailed, your ESN reports. You can do your wireless call sector reports. That's one of our kind of featured ones to let you look at a specific sector, how that was routed, which will allow you to go back to your wireless prior to I3 and GIS routing. If you're still routing based on cell site and sector, maybe you have a one sector out of alignment. This report will spotlight that and allow you to work with your wireless carrier to reroute if necessary. There are your management exception reports. So these are all things you watch to maintain your call takers, make sure they're following the proper procedures. Things like answer time, ring time. Again, more information around wireless specific reporting to allow for redistribution of calls if you're getting what you would determine misroutes by cell site and sector. It also includes text to 911 reporting, so you can pull these specific reports for text to 911 too. That's what's included in this offer that's being presented to the state.
And I think Tim is going to have that ready to send to you. Is that language? It's in red line form now, and at its cost, and for perusal for you all, and then I guess submission to the commissioners maybe for approval. Once approved, if it is approved, ECATS would take about 90 days to fully implement from start to finish for the whole state.
So a quick question, when you were talking before about a dashboard, is the dashboard part of the ECATS offering? Does ECATS have a dashboard so you can look overall at the system, at the network, or
So,
Are you not using the eCats tools for that dashboard that you had mentioned before?
so the dashboard is a network dashboard. It's not a call.
Right, but we have a need to see the network too, right? So when we log in, so that's completely separate from, so you're looking at more like a SolarWinds kind of dashboard type of health of the overall network versus an overall health on one platform like the eCats.
Right. So eCats will, I mean, through the multiple reporting tools, you can run reports to get your health. The other dashboard was a network dashboard. And again, when we went to develop our dashboard, we were this close away from using SolarWinds, and then that whole SolarWinds thing's out. So we use a different vendor. We can give you a spectacular demo of what that looks like. But at this point there, the eCats tool is more call specific, position specific, data specific, versus the Lumen dashboard, which is network specific.
And they'd be integrated to where you can access both from a single web page, or are they completely separate?
So, well, we could do it through a single portal right now. So right now there's a portal, whether or not you know you have it. It's available. It's a unified portal. You go in there, that's where you have your standard ESINet side reports. It'll be where the GIS upload data tool is. So how you'll upload your street center line, your layer information. It also has the customer management portal. That's where you can look at your configurations of your alternate default routing, as well as look at specific CDRs, your call detail reports. So if you want to look into a call and see why it routed the way it did from next generation core service perspective, that's it. We would just add a link then to the eCats report. So you could access your eCats through that if you wanted to, or just through any public internet connection.
I do want to get to the tariff discussion, but I don't want to cut anybody off. If anybody has any other questions? Tim, are you still on the line? Tim Kunkelman?
Yes, I am here.
Are you taking this part?
So,
Go ahead.
well, I'll say, so one of the things that we have done is we've got a red line for the eCats to include in the tariff. I wasn't sure how best to share that. It's not like it's going to be confidential or anything, but it is still sort of a work product and a negotiation. So I wasn't sure if we should do that in the user group or if there's a different forum. I'm not sure that just sending it to this entire group would make sense from a protected language perspective. But I can tell you that we've got the language in a tariff draft. It effectively mirrors the types of things that we pulled in for the Clearview tool. So looks at how do you get registered user ID kind of things, limitations, etc., the types of reports that would get generated. So it's those sorts of things. It's pretty simple in the sense of how it relates to what we've already got in there for the existing reporting tool. So I'd be curious on some feedback for that.
So Tim, and I'm looking at Kimberly to get her feedback as well. As far as sharing it with the group, if you don't want to put it out over the listserv, maybe what we can do is send you a list of the members that are with 911 authorities and PSAPs, and you can send it to them directly. Or if you're okay with it, we could put it on a Google Drive and share it to the members that way, but only to the SENet users group members.
I think that'd be fine.
Yeah, I think either way would work. Obviously, we want to see it, and my guess is you want us to see it and give feedback before you actually file it.
Correct.
And Tim, the only thing that's being added to it at this time, correct me if I'm wrong, is the eCats?
That's right.
And can you talk a little bit about the pricing that you came up with, or is that something you'd rather share only with the SNET user group members?
Well, I mean, I was just doing some emailing with our cost folks, so I want to make sure that we've done the backup cost work, but you know, it's about, hang on a second, let me just flip some pages here. It's about $54 a concurrent session. Now, one of the factors, and I was trying to figure this out from our existing rate, is what was the denominator that we divided across for the concurrent session rate? And I think it was somewhere in the 604 range, somewhere around there, but I couldn't quite put my finger on exactly what we use. So I'm working on that. And so I think that would have some impact on what do we divide it by. You know, we have our ceiling and our floor in the tariff. And if the number of sessions goes above it, the price would go down per session. And if the number of sessions goes below, then the price per session would go up. And so I was trying to figure out if we use what we had calculated for the original concurrent session rate, or do we use the current number, which I think we're up to, what I think you had at the beginning, was it 624?
Yes, or 622.
622. So I think that's some of what we probably want to, you know, decide on as well, is what are we spreading this cost across? We have the costs spread across the number of PSAPs from our agreement with Intrado. But I would then want to divide that by sessions and then come up with a session rate. And then that would be in line with our existing structure.
Number of sessions by 2 or 3% is not going to majorly change the pricing.
Sure. So, but I wasn't sure, you know, if we should just start with the original number, even though it's not the current number, just to adhere to the ceiling and the floor notion, so that we're kind of trying to do apples to apples as best we can. If those rates should change as a result of exceeding the ceiling or falling below the floor, which I don't think the floor is much at risk. It's the ceiling that I think we're starting to encroach upon.
So Tim, the original ECAT placeholder price we were given by Lumen was $43.95 per subscription per year.
Right.
Per month per year. So when you file this, this will be a cost-based filing.
Correct.
And so then you'll be able to clarify that increase that's estimated right now?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, it was just estimated from before, so now that we have a final agreement with final rates with Intrado, it'll make that easier to demonstrate the cost to you.
So Tim, as far as timeline goes, if we get this out to the EZNet users group members, they provide you with some feedback, when do you think you will be able to file this with the commission?
I imagine it would only take, a couple of weeks. Just one of the things that I said I wanted to do was ensure that I've got the cost information finalized through our cost group. So I just want to make sure I've got that finalized before we would make the filing. But I would imagine within a couple of weeks would be reasonable.
Any other questions or comments for Tim?
I see Jackie and Matt have.
Hey, Daryl. So I'm assuming, back to Kimberly's question too, is that somewhere in there, we're gonna get what it costs Lumen, not necessarily how they decided what we were gonna end up paying per session or however that's broken down. In other words, seems like shouldn't we be starting with what it actually costs Lumen to do it, and then we can figure out what it's gonna cost us?
Per the tariff per the commission's rules, basic emergency service tariffs have to be cost-based.
Right.
But in the EZNet tariff proceeding, CenturyLink didn't put those costs out to the public.
Exactly.
They did provide them to the 911 authorities that intervened and became parties to the proceeding. So I don't know if that's the plan here. Or
I guess
if
that's what I'm
CenturyLink is willing
asking.
to provide those costs up front so that maybe it won't get intervened. But, I understand too that companies don't like to necessarily put their costs out to the public. So it's kind of up to CenturyLink if they want to do that, or if they want to wait until they get into negotiations.
Well, and I think from an intervention perspective, without those costs being produced up front and being able to have that dialogue, then more than likely, you can probably guess that authorities are gonna intervene to look at that, to make sure that it's a cost-based price structure.
And I don't want to apologize for CenturyLink, but I think one of the considerations might be, okay, is how likely is intervention to happen anyway? And if it's likely to happen anyway, they may choose to hold those costs until after they file the tariff.
I do have a question, Tim, about this tariff filing and from a ECAPS text GIS. The position of Lumen is to break them down one at a time and just do a tariff amendment for each one versus trying to maybe sit on this for another 6 months or so and wrap in a few of these service items into one tariff amendment. Am I understanding that approach correctly?
Well, sort of. We certainly do the ECATs now because it's just an upgrade of the existing tool. It would be a ubiquitous charge to all. Whereas I think text and GIS could be considered a little different. And I still think needs to be some discussion around do those items belong in the tariff? How does putting them in the tariff have them be treated? And what I mean by that is, are there different requirements, reporting, et cetera, because it's in the tariff versus selling that same service outside of the tariff? And I think I still think there's probably some discussion that still needs to be had around what makes sense to put that in the tariff, and what do you do with items that are in the tariff? Are they applied to all, or are they just options that folks can buy on an ad hoc basis? And I think, we've had some differing opinions of that over the years of what's required to be in there and how is it treated. One of the main issues for a tariff price item is that it adheres to a statewide average rate. It's hard to make a statewide average rate when only 15% buy it.
And Tim, that's a great segue into our next discussion. We do have a couple of questions. I want to get to those, and then we're going to break for getting lunch, and then we're going to have a working lunch in here. Jackie, what's your question?
Yes, my question is that obviously our past record system was Clearview, and we had that configured into the original tariff. And so I guess I'd like to see a comparison of what that cost versus what ECAPs cost. I'd just kind of like to know, and I don't need that right now, of course, but I would just like to see that comparison. So Clearview cost you this much and ECAPs costs this much.
Well,
thank you.
Jackie, Clearview is already baked into the total solution. There wasn't a line item cost for Clearview, whereas the robustness and what the ECAPS is an entirely separate add-on element.
And then my question would be, since you were required to have this reporting tool in the tariff, why would we be charged at all if we change reporting tools for a better tool?
Because
if it wasn't separated out in the first place.
I suppose, well, it's a better tool. That we found that Clearview and the browser and everything else was found wanting. That was the baseline feature function of the EZNet engine, if you will. Well, gosh, Rich, what is it? 14 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was found wanting, so that ECATS is really a better substitute, but it's over and above that offering.
Yeah, it's
Okay. I
it's a-
agree. I just think that we should be provided the best. Thanks.
And I would just add to that, that, you know, like I just mentioned, the tariff has to be cost-based according to commission's rules. So if there's a solution that costs CenturyLink more to provide, then they have the right to request more payment in response because it's the pricing is based on their costs.
Well, and I just want to comment on that real quick. So just a reminder to everybody, we asked for it. So this wasn't Lumen saying this tool is no longer available, therefore we need to provide this, or that the tool is no longer adequate. So just because the tool, no offense to anybody in the room, is still great, it doesn't mean that they can't still say today, here's what's part of the tariff. Here's your reporting solution that was baked into the tariff. Here's what it is. We said it was inadequate. We said we wanted more, which is why we approached them to say, please give us a cost to do this across the entire state, because we said ECATS would help us with our ability to run reports and extract that critical data. So I think Lumen is still meeting the need with Clearview. We just have said we want the better one.
And I agree, Kimberly. I'd just like to see a difference in what it costs them for Clearview versus ECATS. I agree. We ask and we need it and all that, but I'd just like to see that cost differential.
Well, I think Entrado said, here you go, this product is not great, so we're not gonna charge you anything. Right? I mean, it's like.
I wouldn't say it exactly like that, but it was developed with the next generation core services and the e-assignment. So that was part of it. The cost for ECATS, all of it is net new cost. There isn't like part of it is net new because it's a completely separate MIS offer.
Trust me, I want it free because I want everything
So
free.
Jackie,
But
Jackie, if you buy a new car and it comes with fabric seats, you don't pay extra for the fabric seats. If you want the leather, you gotta pay extra.
Yeah, that's a great analogy.
And Clearview is so baked into the EZNet, there was no separate line item
No,
on
there's no
Clearview
delta.
cost. It's just a part of that service.
So I just have a question. I want to make sure I understand, this is beyond the pricing of this. So I currently have ECATS for my 6 PSAPs. And is this going to be a replacement for that? Or is this more about the overall network? Or will I have the granularity in a statewide offering of ECATS that I have in my current contract with Entrado for ECATS? Is there a difference? Can I replace it with this, or do I still need to keep my ECATS?
So I'm gonna take a stab at that, because if I'm wrong, I wanna know I'm wrong. So their ECATS from a state tariff purchase quote will maybe cover A through E of the reporting tools. If you want the rest of them, you would want to negotiate with Lumen about adding that additional reporting functionality. We're not getting A through Z of the functionality in ECATS. So you may be able to lessen the cost you pay today for ECAS for A to Z, because this tariff offering would cover a portion of it. That's how it was proposed originally. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Wes, I'm
Yes.
tracking.
Yes. You can get increased management goals at a deeper level of ECATS.
So
Can I chime in? This is Tiffany. Hi guys, Tiffany Chambers. I'm with ECATS on the ECATS side. Just to give just a little more clarity, you will receive enhanced reporting. So what's really neat about the statewide deployment is you're now going to be able to see, like when you look at your call transfer report, you're going to be able to look beyond your jurisdiction. The wireless call transfer report. So it's going to give you a wealth of data and information that you didn't have access to before, right? So if you have a PSAP in your jurisdiction that's doing a lot of transferring calls to their neighboring PSAP, and let's say that your PSAP has Viper, and maybe your neighboring PSAP has Vesta. I'm just giving you an example. You didn't have the ability to be able to follow a call from PSAP to PSAP unless all PSAPs had the same CPE provider, right? So what's really neat about the statewide deployment is you're now going to have enhanced reporting. Yes, there are add-ons. So to that point, yes, there are add-ons that you could take advantage of separately. But even in your ECATS as it stands today, you will receive enhanced reporting or access to additional data.
So I assume some things like that we have wireless routing analysis. I assume that will be in the tariff, but so essentially it sounds like we need to wait to see what this amendment to the tariff is, to see what you're offering, what pieces you're offering, and then decide what we want to do with our contracts. I know you said before on text to 911, you were looking at the current contracts and how you can deal with those by then moving it into the EZNet if a PSAP wanted to move that way. Are you doing the same thing with ECATS contracts? Because some of us already have those contracts. Will you be looking at how we can amend those contracts if it becomes a statewide offering?
So Tiffany, it's Rich. Will they have the option, if a PSAP is currently contracted with ECATS directly today, will they have the option to, in essence, sign a new contract through the state? Or do they have to wait out their existing agreement to do that?
Typically, the way that it will work is if they're on ECATS today, and there's a difference between Parametrics Advanced and ECATS. If they're on ECATS today, typically they would wait until that contract expired, and then they can join the state contract. But we could talk. There's multiple ways that we can approach that. We could
Well,
talk about that further.
Technically, it's not a state contract, right? It's a tariff.
Or tariff. Yeah, my apologies. Yes, a
So we
tariff.
could look at it transactional wise, you can throw into that, those that don't have it. And then I suppose you could wait for your current one to expire if you just want that to do it. And then jump aboard if you find it advantageous to do so on an amendment for defining what ECATS is in the state.
So I want to take advantage of some things through the tariff, and there are a few other things that I have above and beyond what's in the tariff. We would amend my contract to only contract for those pieces of the reporting tool.
Okay, so you can just kind of each one, you can fine tune it.
Okay.
We'll define those pieces and the tariff.
I guess part of my thought is also if let's say you have something other than ECATS, analytics of some sort, that contract doesn't change based on what you get through the tariff. So let's say you had a non-ECATS reporting agency program, that doesn't go away. You still have that capability in your system. And it's convenient that it's all tied together. And it's a great question. But I guess I look at it to be agnostic to the systems. We wouldn't intervene to say, okay, they have parametrics or ECATS. We wouldn't renegotiate your contract for you. And if you have another contract for a different product, we're not going to step in for that either.
And we have Parametrics. I call it ECATS because that's big.
We do too. I call them the same thing. I apologize for that too.
Yep. Hey guys, this is Steve Deloach. So Tiffany, I think this is no different than what we did in Nebraska, where we had some customers that were standalone Parametrics and we moved to a statewide solution. There's a couple of things. Number one, for those customers that are on Parametrics today, they don't lose any of that data when we migrate to a statewide solution. So
correct. Yeah, Steve, great point. Yep, I'm happy you chimed in. Absolutely. So if you are on Parametrics today, you get about five additional reports that are really tailored to the Viper. You're not going to lose those reports. So, I mean, to your point, Steve, correct. We're not going to take away any of the functionality that you have today. You will still have access to those reports.
Yep. Hey, and the second piece to that is, we can work on a case-by-case basis. For those customers, we can put together a transition plan, Tiffany, similar to what we did in Nebraska.
Yep.
So we can work on a transition plan for those existing customers out there on Parametrics. How do we gracefully transition them to statewide ECAT? So we have done this before. I think we have taken it a step further, for those customers that are on Parametrics and there's an RDDM at their location, if we want to provide redundancy, we can, but we have transitioned so that those customers that have Parametrics, it just becomes a seamless seamless transition to statewide ECATs, where we're not out there swapping out hardware and you're losing reports for some period of time. So we have done this before. We do have a migration and transition strategy we can put together as part of our overall offering.
So we do have lunch available. So I think we're going to pause there. Let's give everyone 15 minutes. It's right out here in this next room. Get your lunch, come back in. Then we're going to talk about tariff considerations, a little bit what we talked about earlier with Jackie's question, talking about what goes in the tariff, what can't go in the tariff, what makes sense to go in the tariff, what the benefits are. And then we will wrap up for the day. This has been a terrific discussion. But right after that, before we wrap up, we still need to do elections for the ESINet users group. So nobody leave.
I'm done being chair, so someone else has to do it.
Kimberly has done her time and she wants to pass the baton.
And done a
So
spectacular job.
she really has. Before we get to that, let's go out and get some lunch and then come back in and we'll continue from there.
I'm gonna pause, or sorry, mute the room, so when it goes, doesn't mean we.
2008,
Oh, okay. Now you're.
We on? Okay.
28 now.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we leave today, we've heard a lot from Lumen and Intrado today about possible future evolution of next generation 911 service in Colorado. We've talked about some of that on our own too, from GIS to hosted systems to ECATs to text to 911. And Jackie brought up the question earlier, which was a good segue, because we want to talk about what the best way is to pay for some of these things. I wanted to have this conversation at the end because I don't want concerns about how we pay for this or how we integrate these services into our regulatory framework to be the limiting factor. I want what's best for the state to be the limiting factor. And then we figure out afterwards what the best way it is to pay for it and integrate it into our regulatory framework. So now we're to that part of the conversation. And I think a lot of you have at least a basic familiarity with what our regulatory structure is, but probably not everybody does. So we're going to start with some of the basics, which is that the commission has the statutory authority to regulate basic emergency service. It does not have the authority to regulate services within the PSAPs themselves. And this means that basic emergency service tariffs can only contain services features that can reasonably be considered part of basic emergency service. So the question that then is obvious is, what is basic emergency service? Basic emergency service means the aggregation and transport of a 911 call to a point of interconnection with a governing body or PSAP, regardless of the technology used to provide the service. The definition that's in the commission's rules is more complicated than that, but that's the basic concept. The aggregation of calls means the collection of 911 calls from one or more originating service providers or intermediary aggregation service providers for the purpose of selectively routing and transporting 911 calls directly to a point of interconnection with a governing body or a PSAP. Alley service is called out specifically in the definition as being part of basic emergency service. And an important point in that definition is the use of the term 911 calls, because 911 calls is also defined in the commission's rules and is really any way that a request for service can be delivered to a PSAP over the basic emergency service network. It includes text to 911, although interim methods for text to 911 are carved out in the definition as well. But text to 911 as part of basic emergency service is basic emergency service. So the commission can only accept a tariff for basic emergency service that covers things that fit that definition. That being said, it may be in the PSAP's best interests to include as much in that tariff as can be reasonably considered to be part of basic emergency service. And the reason for that is because we now have a state 911 surcharge. And that state 911 surcharge is intended to reimburse the 911 authorities for the cost of basic emergency service. So anything that's not included in that tariff and is not part of the per concurrent session cost for basic emergency service tariff is on each 911 authority to pay for. Now you still have your emergency telephone charge and you have your other sources of revenue, but to the extent that we can take those costs off of the 911 authorities by reimbursing you through the state 911 surcharge, that's a good thing, because that frees up emergency telephone charge funds to pay for equipment inside the PSAP, personnel, training, facilities, anything that isn't part of basic emergency service. Then you can use those funds to pay for. By including services in the basic emergency service tariff, we can minimize the costs that have to be paid by the local 911 authorities out of your local funds. So that's really easy to do with recurring costs. If we can make a reasonable argument that those costs are part of basic emergency service, those can be built into the per concurrent session monthly cost that you pay out of the tariff, and then we reimburse you through the state 911 surcharge. Non-recurring costs are a little bit more difficult. As an example, the transitional data management service that Lumen was talking about today for creating a statewide GIS data set for 911 in Colorado. That has both a onboarding cost, which is non-recurring, and a monthly recurring cost. The monthly recurring cost is easy to build into the tariff to the point that the commission can then reimburse you for those costs. It's just part of your monthly cost that you pay to CenturyLink per concurrent session. So the commission can increase the 911 surcharge rate to reimburse you for those costs. And by the way, the rate is a little less than $100 a month per penny. So for every penny that the surcharge is, that's going to send to each 911 authority in the state about $100 a month to reimburse you for those tariff rates. But what do we do for non-recurring costs? There's a couple of different ways that we can look at that. One is if CenturyLink implements a non-recurring cost in the tariff within a calendar year, the commission could take that into consideration when it's setting its surcharge rate, setting the surcharge rate for that year. So let's say that it's going to cost on average, and I'm just throwing numbers out here because I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. Let's say it's going to cost on average $500 concurrent session for every 911 authority in the state to implement the TDMS, to go through the onboarding process for TDMS. The commission could take that into account when it's setting the surcharge rate for that year. Next year, because that onboarding cost wouldn't be included in your costs, the surcharge rate would actually go back down to only include the monthly recurring costs and not the onboarding costs. So that's one way that it can be done. There's also a timing consideration that people need to take into account because by statute, the commission sets the surcharge rate on October 1st of each year, and it takes effect on the following January 1st. And then there's a 2-month delay, right? The carriers start charging their customers for the new surcharge rate on January 1st. That money's not going to show up in your bank accounts until March. So if we increase the surcharge rate from 10 cents to 20 cents, just for example, you're not going to see that doubling of the money you're being reimbursed from the PUC until March. So that puts into consideration some timing issues when it comes to when do we want a new tariff to take effect. If we want 911 authorities to always be reimbursed for every cost that's in the tariff, we need those tariff changes to take effect in March of each year. And that way the commission can, and we want to know what those are far enough ahead of time that the commission can include them in their surcharge increase, which they announce on October 1st. So by October 1st, the commission has to announce the surcharge increase. January 1st, it goes into effect. March 1st, you start seeing the difference in your bank accounts. Now, if change is something that everybody agrees is very much needed, and maybe it's not even that big of a change, maybe it's not even that huge of an impact to your budgets, maybe the 911 authorities are okay with a cost going into effect before the reimbursements can go into effect. An example of that might be ECATs, where it's less than $100 difference per concurrent session. If enough of the 911 authorities are okay with that going into effect this year, there's no reason why, there's nothing in the rules that say that the pricing can't change in the middle of a year. The only thing that can't change in the middle of a year is what we're reimbursing you from the PUC. So there's a couple of different ways we can handle that. If we know that there are extra costs this year that are not being reimbursed, as part of its consideration for next year, the commission could consider increasing the reimbursement next year to make up for the amount of money that you're not getting reimbursed this year. Or you could just wait until March of next year, but that slows down the advancement of some of these services and features that we're talking about. So there are trade-offs there that we have to consider. But I think one of the biggest things that has to be considered is that it has to be the same price for everybody in order to be reimbursable. The commission by statute cannot pay different amounts per concurrent session to one PSAP because they opted into these services, and then a lower amount to another PSAP that didn't. So if you have some PSAPs taking a service and paying for a service and some PSAPs not, the commission has a choice We can either reimburse everybody at the lower rate and say, if you choose to take this service, it's optional and you're going to have to pay for it out of your own local emergency telephone charge funds. Or we reimburse everybody at the higher rate, and then the PSAPs that don't take the service are actually have a perverse incentive not to take the service, because then they get that extra money and don't have to pay CenturyLink for it. So it really would work best from the way our statute is currently written if every PSAP in the state is paying the same amount per concurrent session. That would lead me to say that I think in most cases, if most PSAPs, or at least a sizable number of PSAPs, want a feature or service to be added to the tariff, it makes sense to add it for everybody and bundle it in with the cost that you're already paying, because then we can reimburse everybody for those costs. Anything that's done on an individual contract basis, where some PSAPs may opt in and some PSAPs may not, that is most likely to end up with the commission saying, okay, for those costs, you're going to be on your own. You have to pay for those out of your emergency telephone charges. And I think from a funding point of view, it makes sense to pay for as much as we can out of the state 911 surcharge, so that you don't have to use your local emergency telephone charges to pay for those things. And then that leads to another question then: how much is a quantum amount of PSAPs and 911 authorities saying we want a particular service, to say that makes sense to put it in the tariff and make it a universal part of basic emergency service, and everybody has to pay for it whether they're using the service or not. If it's only a handful of PSAPs that want a particular feature or service, it probably doesn't make sense to bundle it into the tariff. But how much is enough to where we finally say, okay, this is enough of the 911 authorities that want this feature or service, say it's text to 911, say it's ECAT, say it's geospatial routing or policy-based routing. At what point do we say, okay, that is enough 911 authorities that want this service that we think it should be bundled in with the cost? And a lot of that comes down to CenturyLink, because we don't have an RFP contract process in Colorado. With the tariff process, the company comes to the commission and makes a proposal. So if the company comes to the commission and makes a proposal to include a cost in the tariff and include the cost as universal across the state, then it's going to be up to the 911 authorities then to pipe up and intervene in that proceeding and say, we think that's a good idea, or no, we don't think that's a good idea. And once you intervene, then just like with the EZNet tariff, there will be an opportunity for those 911 authorities to negotiate with CenturyLink. But it starts with the company. And I think that's something that's very unusual in Colorado compared to most states. It starts with the company coming to us. So we need to let CenturyLink know what we want them to come to us with. And that's part of what today's meeting is all about, was to start this conversation with CenturyLink about what sorts of things we want to see going forward and what sorts of things may not be as high of a priority. So I'm kind of jumping all over my notes here, so that's why it's taking me a second here. So with these requirements in mind, we need to start thinking about what types of services we would like to see included in the tariff going forward. And not all of these would be implemented at the same time. They could be implemented at different times, and they could be implemented with different priorities. But we have to decide which of these services should be universal across the state and therefore reimbursable through the state 911 surcharge, and which of these services might not be part of the tariff and maybe are done on an individual case basis. And we also have to think about which things can be reasonably considered to be part of basic emergency service and which cannot. And I'm not going to make that determination today, because I think some of these things are kind of in a gray area that we can talk about. Joe, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, so are you of the view then that we could not have some things that are variable rates under the tariff or individual case basis under the tariff, but are not reimbursable from the statewide surcharge because they're not uniform charge across the state?
So there's two things there. One is that commission rules say that tariff rates for basic emergency service have to be average statewide.
Right.
If you want to offer individual case basis, there are ways you could file for a waiver, for instance. But the default in the commission's rules is it's average statewide, not some 911 authorities have it and some 911 authorities don't. The other part of that is if that were approved by the commission, if the commission said, okay, for this particular service, we'll allow it to be, some 911 authorities can choose it and some can't, and maybe it's even ICD pricing where they're not even paying the same amount per concurrent session for the service. That makes it extremely difficult for the commission to then turn around in October when they set the 911 surcharge and include those costs in their calculation of the surcharge rate. And if they did, that creates some disparities in the state because some 911 authorities are paying for the service and they're getting reimbursed, and some 911 authorities are not paying for the service, but they're getting the reimbursement anyway. So then you have what's referred to as a free rider problem. So it is much cleaner. I won't say it's impossible to do it the other way, but it's much cleaner if it is built into the cost that everybody pays per concurrent session, because then we can reimburse very easily based on the calculation that's in the tariff itself. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think my view was that those ones that are the basic emergency service are average statewide would be the ones to be reimbursed by the statewide surcharge, but you could still have tariff other services that relate to 911 service that individual PSAPs want.
And that's a possibility, but 911 authorities need to understand that if that were the way it would go, they're most likely going to have to pay for those out of the emergency telephone charge, not be reimbursed.
Yeah, but there are other advantages to having that tariff.
I don't know what that is. Jill? And I guess I think when we do things across the state, is this a time to interject? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Feel free.
This is what we do best. We have conversations.
So when I look at, and again, I think we've been very successful on the EZNet from a collaborative, cooperative approach. The team did a great job. When you think about the big picture, the pains that we have are very minimal for what we were able to accomplish. So keeping it simple, keeping it small, one step at a time. When we look at the tariff, the intent of the tariff really goes into something that is in your realm, right? It's commission regulated tariff services, 911 was writing on that EZNet. When we start talking about all these add-ons and over the top, how much are we going to have the commission oversight and how much should we have our oversight, our authority, our ability to purchase? So the benefits of having it tariffed is really putting it in the statewide process. So things coming in on the EZNet like text, reporting on that network makes pretty good sense. GIS makes pretty good sense because it's part of that 911 infrastructure routing. If we start talking about that list, which is kind of impressive, of the roadmap that they demonstrated to us, I see a lot of that stuff being, I want to purchase. I want to reach out to them and get a cost outside of the tariff. I want to move forward with this piece or that piece. And yes, my 911 surcharge, maybe it would fit and I would fund it that way, or I fund it in a grant or another process. But I look at that in that local control, local authority. So I don't know what the benefit would be on moving some of those pieces as a tariff.
So one of the things is if you're negotiating for more authorities to purchase it, you're purchasing on a larger scale, you should be able to get better pricing. One of the things is we lost our optical links to deliver. We're now on T1s. Want to go back to optical links. I want to get still the amount that we're paying for T1 credited towards that, and we'll just pay the difference. And that may be a lot harder if we're doing that. One thing is on tariff, the other thing is a completely separate contract.
And I want to point out too that it's not entirely a choice thing, depending on which service or feature we're talking about. Basic emergency service has to be on tariff under commission rules. So there are some things that may be gray areas. You can make the argument that they're part of basic emergency service, but some things aren't gray areas. They are definitely part of basic emergency service, in which case the commission rules require that they be included in the tariff, and they can't be provided off tariff. And I'll get into the list of those here in a second. Tracy?
But you are identifying an issue that I would like clarification on. The rules specifically say basic emergency service does not include the delivery of text to 911 via interim methods.
Interim methods, right?
What does that mean to you, interim methods?
So when we had the rulemaking in 2017, we talked about, should we put a definition of interim methods in the rules? No, we all know what that means. We don't need to.
I remember
So
that.
now the question has come up, what are interim methods? Interim methods, at least as we were talking about them in 2017 during the rulemaking, is delivery from a TCC over a network that is not the basic emergency service network.
So you're saying the rules wouldn't have to be modified for text to 911 over the ESNet?
Correct. If it's over the ESNet, it's not interim.
Right.
That was the understanding of what interim was. What we didn't want to do is stop 911 authorities from getting text to 911 now off of the ESNet just because we declared it to be part of basic emergency service. So we made a carve out for interim methods of text to 911.
Your memory is way better than mine.
Thank you. But I'll talk about these things that I think, and I have to preface this with, these are my opinions. These are not the opinions of the commission. If the commission has to make a decision on this, it will be the commissioners who make a decision, not me. So these are my opinions on what I think are definitely part of basic emergency service, and then we'll talk about things that are kind of in that gray area that I talked about. Delivery of voice 911 calls and location information. Well, that's obvious. That's what we have right now. That is basic emergency service. Delivery of text to 911 calls, since text to 911 meets the definition of a 911 call in the commission's rules. Again, with that carve out for interim methods of text to 911. Policy-based routing services. The definition of basic emergency service includes aggregation and transportation, which includes routing. So policy-based routing services would be part of basic emergency service. GIS and MSAG management, those things are necessary for routing. So they would be part of basic emergency service. And then finally, delivery of images, video, medical data, automatic crash notification data, or any other information associated with a 911 call, because that fits in the definition of a 911 call, and delivery of 911 calls to a PSAP is basic emergency service under the commission's rules. Then there are things that are not necessarily basic emergency service, but you could make an argument for that they are. So these are things that maybe could be part of a basic emergency service tariff, or maybe not. Hosted CPE solutions delivered via the ESNet. The commission has never regulated CPE before, but if it's being delivered over the ESNet, which is the same network that 911 calls are being delivered over, and it's how the 911 calls are being delivered, which is basic emergency service, I think there is an argument to be made that that is basic emergency service. Which means that at some point in the future, that doesn't mean that every PSAP would have to use the hosted CPE, but if at some point in the future, we wanted to include a hosted CPE as part of the service that is being offered by the basic emergency service provider, I think there's an argument for that being included in the tariff. Mapping services, particularly if it's based on the same platform that the routing is done on, I think there's an argument for that being part of basic emergency service if it's hosted on the ESNet. Logging services, it has to do with the delivery of the 911 call to the PSAP and reporting of that call in a hosted logging service in a hosted environment. I think there's an argument to be made there. Again, this is something that the commission has never regulated before, but if it's being offered over the ESNet, I think there's an argument to be made that it is part of basic emergency service. And there are potentially others. It could be a hosted QA service. It could be any number of things that can be hosted, that can be offered through a hosted environment over an ESNet. Once you provide it over the same network that is being used to deliver 911 calls, you then open that possibility for that argument. And this isn't me saying that I think the commission should regulate everything. This is me saying there may be a way for us to start paying for these things for you so that you don't have to pay for them out of your local emergency telephone charge. And I would also state that it is not my intention to say that if any of these things in the future were offered as part of basic emergency service, that you have to use them. Just like I was talking about earlier with the text to 911, we want to offer text to 911 over the ESNet, That doesn't mean you can't continue to get it over a separate connection as well if you want to, for that extra diversity. So I want to make that point clear too, that I'm not advocating for a commission takeover of all of these different services. Joe, you had your hand up?
Let's say the added advantage is it subsidized as these services are included for the rural PSAPs that have less resources. It helps to make the service ubiquitous across the state.
And that's really the whole reason we ended up with a basic emergency service tariff in the first place, was we wanted to make sure that every 911 authority in the state was moving along in their advancement of 911, and we weren't leaving rural areas behind, because that's what was happening. And so I see this as a sort of a natural progression of that idea. We want to make sure that 911 authorities that can't afford to pay for this stuff on their own can still have these services if it's baked into the tariff and reimbursed by the commission through the 911 surcharge. And I'll finish with this, and then we can have a discussion, is that I don't expect anybody to agree today whether, I listed some services that I thought were definitely part of basic emergency service. Again, that's my opinion, that's not the commission's opinion. So if you disagree with any of the things I listed, that's fine. There are things that I thought could potentially be part of basic emergency service because there's an argument to be made that they are. If you disagree that there's an argument to be made that they are, that's fine too. But my point is to get people to think outside of the confines of what basic emergency service is right now in Colorado, and start thinking about it in a more broad term of what do we want it to be going forward. And part of that is because if every 911 authority in the state has to purchase each of these services separately, we're going to have a real patchwork of capabilities across the state. And I know that's something that we have always tried to avoid as a 911 community in Colorado, but also because I want to help free up funding for your 911 authorities through your own emergency telephone charges, so you can start spending that money on things that matter in your 911 center, like training personnel, consoles, facilities, utilities, all the things that you need to run a 911 center. So that's my ask of you today, is when you leave here today, start thinking about not just basic emergency service as it exists right now, but start thinking about where we want it to go as a 911 community. And then we can work on how to get there. If we think that a particular type of service would be great to include, but it turns out the commission doesn't believe that it falls under the definition of basic emergency service, we can't include it. That doesn't mean we stop. It means we look at, okay, are there rules changes that we need to consider? Are there statutory changes that we need to consider? We need to think about where we want to go and then plan the roadmap to get there, rather than letting the roadmap determine our destination. So that was my little soapbox moment, but I'm going to stop there and see if anybody has any comments or thoughts or questions.
So Daryl, I have a really hard time thinking about services that I currently fund outside of the tariff, having that regulated and moved over to a state service, like a SaaS type of agreement. Colorado, across the nation, I would say Colorado is really strong in our 911 when you look at some other states for what we have and what they don't have. Granted, the CPE selection made it a challenge for Lumen, not really for us. Sorry about that, Cindy. But they were able to do the job. And what I found chairing those meetings and working with the various PSAPs and authorities is not one size doesn't fit all. And the beauty that we have in Colorado is knowing what we need locally and then having the freedom to purchase and having the freedom to take that surcharge fund that people still, charge locally, that local surcharge, to fund what exactly we need for our particular area, what CPE flavor works for us, when we want to move forward with text. Bruce was first in Aspen with one carrier. We were right on his coattails with all the tier carriers, and we did that in 2014. And having that freedom to be able to really move at your own speed for these items and choosing the different flavors is great. Having coordination on the network having the coordination on some of these inherent services that come with the tariff, I totally believe in all of that. These other things on our side of the demarcation, I think the power and success in 911 really is strengthened by our ability to manage those. And the beauty is that our PSAPs around Colorado, as much as they're challenged with funding, the state 911 surcharge, the prepaid surcharge has helped them. And they fund CPE today and consoles today, and they have those services today. We don't have a lot of have-nots. Some of the have-nots have been by choice. For Text 911, for example, they don't have Text 911 because they're choosing not to work with me. I mean, it's been a choice because from day one, we offered to do it for other agencies. And so they've made that operational choice to not adopt accessibility in their community. I can't change that. And I
don't
but
know.
it's true.
I don't know if I agree with that 100%.
So,
anyway.
Well, I guess I do. I,
Yeah.
in some ways, begged some of those PSAPs to take you up on your offer, and I get crickets. So I see your point.
Yeah.
And I've been totally on the fence on this topic, but at some point I have to jump to one side or the other.
right, and when we did Text 911, we have taken all of the work and all the guest factor from the agencies we supported when you were in Grand Junction for Carl in Garfield County. It wasn't a staffing issue. It wasn't, we did all the letters, we did all the configurations, we did the GIS, all the pieces. So that's where it comes from of saying it's a choice if they don't want to implement some of the solutions. We can't solve that from a tariff, right? And then the other, from a strength of being able to decide, there's this other piece that all the vendors in the room, I don't mean any offense, there is an accountability piece. And so there's a contractual relationship there that is really important on the local level when you have a service to say, what is our SLA agreement? And I'm picking the platinum, or I'm picking this level because here's my choice is I want to pay for the highest level of service and I'm going to hold you accountable to it. And I'm going to manage that service and that contract. And the only way I can do that is if I have that contract in-house. So not only do I think local control is good on some of those decisions, I also think the management and the advancement of those services and those contracts is critical. And if your shop was to do all of that statewide, that's a lot for 1, 2, 5, 10 people, right? And so I wouldn't be an advocate for giving that up.
So I completely understand that. So I'm gonna go back to what I said earlier. It is not my intention that any 911 authority would be forced to use these services, but they would be available. And yes, you would be paying for them through the tariff, but you'll also be getting reimbursed. So it's budget neutral to your 911 authority. I would push back a little bit on your statement that we don't have have-nots, because I see the 911 for the emergency telephone charge applications statewide, and we do have 911 authorities that struggle pretty drastically to pay for their basic in-house CPE, CAD, radio consoles. So this, in my mind, is creating a default that 911 authorities could use if they choose to use it. If they want to have their own CPE on their side of the DMARC instead, they would still be available to do that. But if they want to use the CPE that's on the hosted side of the DMARC, it would be available there for them. So it's a way of trying to get those have-nots up to the same level as the haves, while not taking away choice from the haves to use whatever CPE they want to if they choose to. Mandy?
Just really quick on that point, I
Sure.
think what's hard though is for my citizen. So my citizen pays that. And so even though it may be budget neutral to me, I pay it and I get reimbursed by the state surcharge. I'm not then reimbursed. It's zero to me, but my citizen is still paying more, right? They would pay more in the state 911 surcharge. So the impact locally would be there for my citizen for a service or a tool I wouldn't be using. So the authority, it's a pass-through kind of situation, but my citizen, my constituents, I have to be financially responsible to, they would be impacted. And that would be my concern for the add-ons.
But I understand that.
Constituents have a high minimum level of standard wherever they go in the state.
So,
Because very few of us
That's exactly where I
stay
was
in our
going.
counties.
That's exactly where I was gonna go. I mean, it kind of goes back to an old argument that we've had before, which is, if you are a Colorado citizen, you should be able to travel anywhere in the state and know that there is a floor level of service that's being offered to you. If you have to call 911. And so, for your citizens, I can't make the argument for you, but I mean, my argument would be, yes, we do have this service that's offered as part of the tariff. We are choosing to spend more from your emergency telephone charges so that we can give you a higher level of service. But we want to but we're okay with this happening because we want to make sure that when you go visit Baca County or you visit Prowers County or, Moffett County, that you have the same level of service that you would if you were here at home, or at least a comparable floor of service. Andy?
So Darrell, I'd just like to add to it, and Kimberly, while I can appreciate exactly what you're saying, those outlying counties around the state that not only do they not often have the money to fund things like anything past the tariff or maybe potentially funding the CPE, they don't fund the purchase of the CAD. They don't fund, the radios inside the comm center. I'm an example of that. Yeah, I feel like we are a little better funded than some of the other PSAPs and authorities that I work with. Having said that, I think that having fewer statewide managed programs really is a disservice to some of the smaller authorities and smaller PSAPs, because not only do they not have the money for the technology, they don't even have the money for the people to keep up with the changes and the technology. So they don't even know what's going on. And I don't know if everyone's on the phone, but we know through many of the groups that many of us are the same faces, the same voices, time and time again are being heard. So many of those don't show up. And some of it could be lack of want, but I think a lot of it is lack of availability. They're wearing multiple hats, serving not only in the 911 arena, but perhaps in the law arena and in other arenas, and they just simply can't keep up. So if there was some mechanism that provided a baseline level of service and technology that is financially level, so yep, we pay it, but we get reimbursed, they would take that up, and if it included delivery of things that we typically keep on premise, that actually frees up resources within those organizations that again are wearing multiple hats. Their IT person who isn't dedicated to the 911 center, who's like running ragged over the whole county and really doesn't truly have a good understanding of 911 or the importance. And while I can appreciate, because I have the unique perspective of having worked over here on the Front Range for many years and now working on the Western Slope, like it is very much night and day. But it's not because of the lack of want sometimes to be able to provide a higher level of service, it's resources.
And another thing I'll point out is that the lowest emergency telephone charge rate in Colorado is 70 cents. The number of 911 authorities are at that level. The highest is $3. We've got more than one at $3 now. As the discrepancy grows, and it's almost a perfect correlation between urban and rural areas. The more rural the area, the higher the surcharge. It's not always the case, but there is a correlation there. As that discrepancy grows, I think there's a chance that the citizens are going to get fed up with that discrepancy. And one way to help put some downward pressure on that discrepancy between the urban and rural areas is to take some of those costs off of the local 911 authorities and pay for them through the state surcharge, so that they don't have to increase their emergency telephone charge rate to $4 or $5 to pay for some of these services that their citizens want. And I'm not saying we should just throw everything on the tariff. It has to fit. There has to be an argument that it fits the definition of basic emergency service, or it could be considered part of basic emergency service. But I think to the extent that we can really free up some funding for you guys at the local level. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the tariff goes before the commission. CenturyLink files the tariff. The tariff goes before the commission. 911 authorities file interventions. And if the 911 authorities of the state make the argument that this should not be in the tariff, and the commission finds that argument persuasive, then it won't be in the tariff. So this isn't my decision. It's not even the decision really of us in this room today, but it'll be part of that process if it gets to that point. I'm just trying to get people to think a little bit more outside of the confines that we've been in up to this point, because I think there's an opportunity here that we should consider. Anybody else? Okay. Well, thanks, guys. I think the only thing we have left is election of officers. Kimberly says she's done. I don't know if we can still nominate her and force her to do it.
I don't know, but you could run a forest fire and migrate your PSAP and cheerlead at the same time.
Excuse me, Daryl.
Yes.
Just on a side note, because really, I mean, we all are very candid about the outstanding job that Kimberly has done. You know, Bruce has stepped up and helped a little.
It's true for a whole year.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm giving him slack, but, as I can. I think there should be some state recognition of work that went into this. I don't know what that mechanism is. And I'd happily figure what's the best way. There needs to be some acknowledgement about the work that was done, and based on the representation of the 911 community and how well they executed the SENet deployment, it was phenomenal.
I completely agree with that. Kimberly has amazing project management chops.
Yeah, absolutely. And without it, I'm not
Not
sure.
nearly as well without Kimberly.
Yeah.
Validate that.
Yeah, and I think there should be some acknowledgement of that.
I take payments and Diet Coke. So, no, I mean, in all reality,
Get home and have a whole pallet.
this is what we do in 911.
Yeah, it is.
That we help each other out.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's a big project or a little project. And this is just one example of things that our community does all the time for each other.
But that doesn't mean we
So,
can't
but thank you.
formally acknowledge
Well,
that.
and I
Yeah.
appreciate that. So, and thank you. And it was stressful but fun. But I am ready for someone else to step in, right?
And it's good to have fresh perspective. Right? So with that in mind, do we have a nomination that we have got 3 positions that need to be filled? Chair, vice chair, and secretary. Currently that is Kimberly, Bruce, and myself in that order. Any of the positions can be filled by any voting member, which is really anyone representing a 911 authority for PSAP. Or PUC staff is what the charter says. So does anybody have any nominations? Should we start with the chair or should we work our way up? Like a top 10 list? We'll start with secretary. Does
Well, maybe
anybody?
if we get nominations for the bottom 2, those definitely get filled and Kimberly can stay on the hook.
Well, now that you said that, let's start at the top. Do we have any nominations for chair?
And you can self-nominate.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah, since Bruce was vice chair, would he be interested or have the time to be chair?
So Bruce started
Or if I'm 200 miles away for a reason?
Bruce started as chair, so he's already done his stint.
He was dramatically shaking his head no. But I agree with you, Carl. He would be great back in that position, but.
I will tell everybody that the work at this point, because of the migrations being over, is going to be a lot less. So instead of a daily, even a weekly pool, you're going to do probably more like a commitment every couple of weeks of looking at documents or having conversations. So it's on a different track, and especially since we've also stood up a CCOA, which is that Association for the 911 Authorities. So I don't want anybody to be afraid that it's going to be.
Kimberly, would you, just an idea, would you be open to the idea of a new chair and you as the vice chair to help transition things?
I would be happy to help mentor somebody. Ideally, though, the vice chair would move into the chair
True.
position.
Going
And so
up.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not retiring tomorrow. So they can always call on me at any time. I don't think I need to be a vice chair to do that. Ideally, that's it. that's kind of the continuity plan, would be somebody that could be the vice chair, hopefully transition into the chair.
Thank you.
I know some of the directors on the line are oftentimes the very people who don't have the resources. What a fantastic opportunity for you to step up and stretch into some leadership opportunities statewide. You should take a chance because the program really has gotten to a spot where it's much easier to manage, and it would be a great way for you to get into the state level discussions and conversations that happen and understand better how the Public Utility Commission process works and how we manage 911 in Colorado. I really encourage somebody in one of the smaller authorities to step up. I know that's daunting, but this is a perfect opportunity and maybe not so daunting because the program is in a great place. I just wanted to throw that out.
Are there names that come to mind, Monica?
I have
She
not had
doesn't
a-
want to get,
Well, you know, and I haven't had a conversation with anybody, so I don't feel like that would be fair. Yes, Joe, I absolutely have several people in mind that would be great at it, but I haven't spoken to those people and they might put out some kind of hit on me if I don't hang out.
I can always say no.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'll say this, I would be willing to do it because of the work I'm doing with the strategic plan. But I think it would be better if it were a 911 authority representative. So nominations.
We take nominations, have a vote at the next regular meeting, whatever that would be.
If we have multiple people, I would say that would be worth doing, but right now we've got 0.
Maybe Monica would be able to talk to some people by then.
I'll happily.
And that's a possibility, Kimberly, if we don't get any nominations today, we can put it off to the next meeting and have people think about it.
Yep, I think that's fine. It's just from a meeting perspective and across the state, it was brought up about the same people on the same calls all the time, that happens in a lot of committee meetings. And I made a point about mentoring and stretching yourself. I don't want anyone to feel like, well, I don't know this well enough to be part of it. Of course you do.
Yeah.
You're in the industry. That's all you need to know. You'll figure the rest of it out and we'll be there for you. So we can kick the can down the road. But come February, I'm hoping that we have some names that we can put into the mix and really help those people that are maybe feeling like they don't know enough to take this position.
And I would be happy with Randy. There you go. Way to throw yourself out there, girl.
what was the full comment?
She says, I don't think I'm ready for a position, but I would like to help more and be involved. Brandy, that sounds like a nomination for either secretary or vice chair.
Yeah, Randy, I think you would be a great vice chair. I would happily send out an email to the community from the resource center that says, hey, here's this opportunity, think about it. And at least I can put you guys as contacts. Sure. To reach out. I'm happy to do that.
Sounds great.
So are we tabling this?
30 more days. That's it.
Although poor Kimberly, that we did this to her last year, right?
We did.
All right, well, be thinking about it. Like I said, I'm willing to take it as a default, but really if nobody else wants it, because it really should be somebody from the 911 authorities driving this conversation. So be thinking about it and we will talk about it at our next users group meeting.
That's great.
Well, with that, I think that concludes our very abused agenda for today. But I don't mind at all that we didn't stick to the agenda because I think we had an absolutely terrific conversation. This was probably the most detailed and lively conversation we've had about the future path of 911 in Colorado that I think we've had in almost a decade. So kudos to you for coming ready to ask questions, and kudos to Lumen and Entrado for being game and answering the questions and providing us so much detail and background on what they're working on right now.